I want to do one brief update of the record. On June 9th, yesterday, the Land Use Commission received public testimony by email from Richard and Donna Perkins, Lokahi Cuban, Mililani Group Incorporated, from Eden M. Buffington, and from Sarah Hoftailing. Those documents have been uploaded to the Land Use Commission's website and are available to all of the parties and the public. With that, are there any comments or questions on our continued procedure for today? We're in the middle of the presentation of witnesses from the petitioner by Ben Matsubara and Curtis Tabata, following by questioning of each witness, and that would be followed by presentations of the cases from the county, the Office of Planning, and the intervener. Are there any questions for our procedures for today or comments about our procedures or our operations, especially as it might relate to our online platform use?
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Weinhoff.
Perhaps I missed it, but could we just make sure that we confirm for the record that all of the commissioners are present?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
We'll do presence of the commissioners and appearances as well. So, Mr. Ordenker, will you just confirm presence of all commissioners?
If you can get it, fire me an email.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Axon.
Here.
Commissioner Okuda.
Present.
Commissioner Wong.
Here.
Commissioner Cabral.
Here.
Commissioner Giovanni.
Here.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Here.
Who am I missing?
Commissioner Chang.
Commissioner Chang, there you are, Don. I see you now.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. And Chair Scheuer.
Here. Thank you very much. Let's do appearances as well.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Ben Matsubara and Curtis Tabata on behalf of the petitioner, Hawaiian Memorial Life Plan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the city.
Good morning, Mr. Peng.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Deputy Attorney General Donna Puna on behalf of the State Office of Planning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. This is Grant Yoshimori, intervener pro se. With me is Rich McCready.
Okay. I'm not on my screen. I apologize for this, but I'm not seeing your video. Mr. Yoshimori.
He's there. I see.
Oh, okay. Got it. Appeared.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. With that, I'm not going to repeat the announcements I made yesterday morning regarding the reason why we are doing this via interactive Zoom technology. I will repeat, however, the request that everybody speak slowly and clearly and identify themselves prior to speaking to aid our court reporter. Unlike when we are in the room together, when the court reporter can ask for clarification if she did not hear something that is not able, she's not able to do that in this proceeding. With that, are there any other questions about our procedures for today or our timing? Hopefully we will be able to get through most of everything by 4:30 today, but we'll see how it goes. Any questions?
Petitioner has no questions, Mr. Chair.
County?
No questions from the city.
OP?
No questions.
Petitioner?
Interveners have no
I mean,
questions.
intervener, excuse me. No questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Okay, let's proceed. Mr. Matsubara.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Morford was on the stand and subject to cross-examination by the commission. So Mr. Morford is here and available for questions.
Okay. And I will note, Mr. Derrickson, there, oh, never mind. Yes, I will let in Mr. Morford. No, Mr. Derrickson, Winston Welch of the Outdoor Circle has his hand raised as an attendee. I'm not able to communicate with him, but I'm going to clarify that public testimony on this matter was ended yesterday. So we're only proceeding with the witnesses. Hopefully that addresses the question of Mr. Welch. Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Derrickson to try and get in touch with him. And let's allow.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Morford is at HMP2.
Yes, I am letting him in. Thank you, Mr. Matsubara. Good morning. Oh, you're on mute. There we go.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Aloha.
Good morning. Aloha.
You're still under oath, and we were going through questions for you from the commissioners.
Thank you.
So, commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, this is Gary Okuda. If I may continue with some closing questions.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Mulford. Let me ask you this. As a condition of any approval, assuming the approval is given to Hawaiian Memorial Park's petition here, as a condition of any approval, would Hawaiian Memorial Park agree to obtain and maintain a liability insurance policy to indemnify, defend, and protect, number one, the holder of the conservation easement, and number two, the manager of the cultural preserve from any and all liability claims, especially those claims arising from bodily injury or death from rockfall?
As I stated yesterday, Commissioner Okuda, I think that's premature at this point for us to consider that action. I think that is conversation that's going to need to occur with the conservation holder and with the civic club at that time. And I'm sure we can come into agreement between the parties.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question about whether or not Hawaiian Memorial Park or SCI, or maybe a combination of both, would be willing to post a bond to ensure compliance with the conditions suggested by the Office of Planning. But before you answer that, let me put my question in certain context, so this doesn't appear to be any type of trap or setup or anything like that, because that's not my intention. Okay, the reason why I'm going to ask you that question about posting a bond to ensure compliance with condition is, frankly speaking, the Land Use Commission really has no enforcement powers except for reversion of the property to the prior boundary designation. But as many people are aware, the Hawaii Supreme Court in this case called D.W. Aina, it's A-I-N-A, Lea, L-E-A versus Bridge Aina Lea, that's found at 134 Hawaii Reports 187. The Hawaii Supreme Court has held that the reversion power cannot be exercised if there is substantial commencement of the use of the land. And so, frankly speaking, I think we found in other cases that Land Use Commission conditions are, as a practical matter, simply ignored. For example, we had a case where it looked like the Department of Education ignored a condition of building the Kihei High School, which would have required a grade-separated crossing to protect students' health and safety from being hit by automobiles. We've had other applicants where after they've received their boundary redesignations and have all these conditions attached to it.
So Mr. Okuda, your question is, would they accept, would they post a bond?
Yeah, and that's the context that I'm asking, which is, so that there's practical assurance that these conditions would be followed. Will Hawaiian Memorial Park be willing to post a bond to ensure compliance with, for example, the conditions that it said it would accept proposed by the Office of Planning?
Let me interject a comment, Mr. Okuda. The same conditions proposed by the Office of Planning are the same conditions we had in our proposal and our representation and our testimony. We made that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm sorry for not making it more broader as far as the representations there. So,
So
the question is,
to move on, yeah.
Yeah, will Hawaiian Memorial Park post a bond to ensure compliance with those conditions?
I will interject and say Hawaiian Memorial Park will apply by the state law, state regulations, and do everything that's required. Now, you're talking about imposing a different remedy that's not included in the statutory provisions of Chapter 205. So under the circumstances, I would advise my client at this particular time to agree to abide by the law and the rules and regulations. But in regard to additional sanctions you're proposing at this time, I would have to advise them not to.
Okay, and that is the testimony then of Hawaiian Memorial Park. Do I understand that correct? In answer to my question.
Mr. Morford's previous answer that it was premature to get into issues such as indemnification because he needed to talk to whoever had the conservation easement and whoever was going to manage the cultural preserve. And at that time, something may very well arise that covers what you're talking about. But at this time, I think it's premature. We will commit to following all the laws relating to the Land Use Commission and its regulations. So I think that is a major representation, including the conditions OP and the petitioner has proposed. Thank you.
Well, may I ask anyway to get an answer to my question about whether or not Hawaiian Memorial Park will agree to post a bond to ensure compliance with the condition? The answer can be yes, no, or I don't know.
I'm going to follow the advice of Mr. Matsubara, and we will follow the conditions of the law, and I'll follow his advice at this point.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, I don't think I received an answer to the question.
Let me attempt a rephrasing of the question if I'm following this line of questioning correctly. Would a bond, which would help ensure compliance with conditions, be, Mr. Matsubara, in your opinion, in accordance with the laws and rules that govern these kinds of proceedings?
It's not within the statutory and regulatory provisions of the Land Use Commission at this time. And that's the only reason I'm raising it as an issue, because we've committed to following everything else that is on the books relating to your regulation of that land.
Okay, so I believe that might be an answer to your question, Mr. Okuda. Is that correct?
Chair, respectfully, I don't think it's an answer. The record is what it is based on that answer, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Mr. Mulford, petitioner's Exhibit 26 contains a reference of having 100 burial spaces in the cultural preserve. Where in the cultural preserve will these 100 burial spaces be located?
At this time, I'm going to defer to our expert in that area, and she will be able to testify anything regarding cultural, and that would be Dr. Watson.
Okay, but can you tell me right now the location of the burial sites?
He's answered the question. He's deferring.
Okay. So you would defer to Dr. Watson about whether or not there would be a charge for the burials and things like that. Is that correct?
I will defer to Dr. Watson in regards to anything cultural.
If the manager of the cultural preserve determines that there is a risk of bodily injury, including possible fatality from rockfall in the area, will Hawaiian Memorial Park take additional rockfall mitigation actions in the cultural preserve?
I believe that the rockfall hazard that has been brought up will be addressed in rebuttal or at a later time with our rockfall expert.
Okay, so will you give me an answer to my question?
We have a witness who would address the questions you're raising now. And so will Dr. Watson in regard to the management of the cultural preserve and where people will be, what portions will be accessible and not. So Mr. Morford has two other witnesses who will follow, who will answer those questions.
Okay, well, this, if I may, Mr. Matsubara, the reason why I'm asking this question is it appears to be a business decision, and I'd like to know what the business position is of Hawaiian Memorial Park, whether or not it will pay for additional rockfall mitigation if the manager or if such mitigation efforts are become necessary.
Well, the business decision will be based on the science and the engineering involved and the accessibility of the cultural preserve. So all of those things will be brought up, put in the record, and a decision made thereafter.
May I say something here? If I want to make sure that all of our commissioners have, as long as their questions are within the realm of what we're allowed to ask, they have the opportunity to have their questions answered. It seems that there's both on this particular issue and maybe on other issues, a technical aspect of the answer as well as a business aspect of the answer. And so perhaps in terms of flow, if Mr. Morford was available to be recalled at the end after the technical experts have given their answers to the more technical aspects of the questions, that might be suitable to our procedures.
Suitable, Mr. Chairman, we'll do that.
Is that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll defer the questions then, if necessary. Then let me ask one last question. Then most of this will be deferred. And Mr. Morford, this goes to the issue of self-sufficiency as stated in the Constitution. Can you tell me what percentage of the gross revenues from the sales of cemetery plots or inurnment rights arising from the expanded cemetery, if it's approved, what percentage of that revenue will remain in Hawaii?
I can let you know that based on our current gross revenues that we're generating, I would say between 85 and 90% of those revenues stay here.
And would Hawaiian Memorial Park be willing to have that stated as a condition of approval?
No.
And can you tell me why not?
Because I don't think that's a reasonable request.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Morford at this time? I will note at this time, in reference to the last exchange on technical issues, in my limited experience in front of the Land Use Commission, it has often been the case to have the person who can bind the entity by commitments appear towards the end of the witnesses rather than at the beginning for that. I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but this procedure might address those kinds of concerns.
That procedure is very acceptable, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner Wong, Ohigashi, Axon,
Public testimony is already, if he's in.
Giovanni.
Yes. Then
Chair.
he has to wait until.
Commissioner Wong.
Commissioner Wong.
Just want to say that after our public right now, other witnesses, I would like to ask.
I'm sorry, Mr. Riley and Scott, we can hear you as well.
Hold on. Yeah. So Chair,
Yes.
after all the witnesses, I would also like to ask Mr. Mumford to come back, stand so I can ask him questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
That will be our procedure. Any other questions at this time for Mr. Morford?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
I have
Chang.
a question. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Morford. Thank you for being here this morning and for your testimony. I just have a few questions, and maybe these will be deferred to your subject matter experts. So with respect to the question by Commissioner Okuda regarding that exhibit by the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs, the 100 burials, Native Hawaiian burials, I just wanted to clarify, are those existing burials or these are potentially new burial sites?
These are potentially new burial locations for future interments.
All right. And then two, and you can let me know whether Mr. Montgomery is a right person or not related. This is Mr. Nance's proposed mitigation for the damselfly habitat. Do you know whether a consultation has occurred with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife on that proposed mitigation?
I think there was a response letter sent to that, but I'm not 100% sure I can answer your question, so I might defer.
To Mr. Montgomery? Would that be
Yes.
the right person? Okay,
Yes.
excellent. I wanted to ask you, because in your testimony, you
Commissioner
mentioned
Chang,
that
may I ask you to lower your screen so we see your whole
I
face?
don't know how to do that. Lower
Okay.
my screen.
Or,
I don't know what. Oh. There. Does that help? No, I don't know. Oh, I made it worse, I think.
okay, sorry. I should
Sorry.
have let it be, sorry.
Yeah, you should have let it be. Sorry. I can't get it down now. Okay. Oh, now you're going to get my head. Okay. Is that better?
Yes, much, thank
Okay,
you.
much better. Okay. All right. So in your testimony, Mr. Morford, you had mentioned that Ocean View Gardens was probably the last area, the most recent expansion of Hawaiian Memorial Park.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's
And
correct.
I noticed its location seems to be, when we did the site visit, very similar. The habitation very close to where the proposed expansion area is.
That is correct.
So when you did when you developed the Ocean View Estates, did you have to cut and fill to create the Ocean View Estates?
I was not actually involved in the process at that time, so I don't have an answer to that question on how the plans were put together on the grading and so much with the civil engineers at that. I was involved.
So would your civil engineer be able to answer any of those questions? Because I'm trying to find out what were the conditions during the construction of the Ocean View Gardens with respect to rockfall, erosion, and flooding, if any.
That would be a question you could ask our civil engineer, but I'm not sure that she would know that information because she was not involved in that project as well.
How long ago did that expansion occur?
I believe it was 20 years ago, approximately 2000.
2000, okay.
Yeah.
And the final question I have is in relationship to the Ko'olau Sustainable Community Plan. Now that was recently updated in 2017. And prior to that, the cemetery, the additional lands, and the cultural preserve were not included in the Ko'olau Sustainable Communities Plan. And my recollection is that that was one of the major issues, or one of the issues, the inconsistency with the community plan during Hawaiian Memorial Park's original Land Use Commission application. So since then, 2017, the city and county of Honolulu has updated their communities plan, and specifically Ko'olau Community Sustainable Plan. Now, does the record include any public meetings or public, either that the city had or that Hawaiian Memorial Park had in regards to the Ko'olau Sustainable Communities Plan update? Does the record have anything in relationship to that?
there were multiple public meetings that occurred during that process. I think there may have been 3 or 4 Conway neighborhood board meetings. And I believe there was another community meeting that we had outside of that, but there were numerous community meetings.
That's all the questions that I have. Thank you so very much, Mr. Morford.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Morford.
Good morning.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your business. I think just to refresh the record, I think you said that the pricing for, and I want to get the terminology straight, but an internment plot or area, or it ranges from $4,000 to $30,000 each. Is that correct?
So our current pricing is in the developed area is probably approximately from 4,000 up to 30,000 for an internment right. That is correct.
And I believe you also made the statement that the price is a function of both location and availability. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe for us the process, and I presume this is probably a periodic process by which you review the pricing and adjust it up or down depending on market conditions?
A lot will be based on availability in certain areas, like supply and demand, depending on what areas that you have. Our pricing itself has been pretty consistent for quite some time, but as inventory depletes, you're going to probably need to raise your prices as time goes on. But that's really how you evaluate cemetery pricing, is based on availability and location.
So in the economic presentation that one of your experts presented yesterday, he attempted to he shared the results of his study work in which he forecasted a dire or severe shortage of interment plots for Oahu in general. Is that your vision or understanding?
That's correct. That's correct.
So wouldn't it be the case that if those two things were true and there is indeed a shortage, that the pricing for the interment plots could be expected to increase precipitously over the next 20 years if we don't do something about the shortage?
I believe that could be the case, yes, sir.
And despite that situation at present, would you consider the number of pre-sold interment rights that you have, which are for future deaths or burials, to be typical, high, low for the industry?
It would depend on when they were purchased. You have people that may have purchased back in the 60s or 70s, and those pricings never changed for them. So based on how the years go on and you increase your pricing based on just cost of doing business, I would say that in relation to your question, our pricing has been pretty flat for quite some time. If I've answered your question, sir.
Yeah, I think in general, I mean, I'm not asking you to predict the market. Do you also, when looking at I presume you start with a general plan for the given area in terms of the expectations you have in terms of what would be set aside for caskets and what would be set aside for interments in terms of general numbers, but I presume there's some flexibility in that depending on how the market evolves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there also flexibility in terms of the density that might be implemented over time? In other words, if the market conditions suggest that there's very high demand and you could actually increase the densities in terms of a number of per unit area, is that something that we do, or do you stand firm relative to your original plans?
So in regards to, let's just look at a casket interment space that we were talking about yesterday. So for example, our current width on our casket and interment spaces are 40 inches. So if you were dealing with an extra large vault for an outer barrel container for the casket, if an individual is larger and they need to be in a larger casket and a larger outer barrel container, the dimensions of a outer barrel container for extra large is 40 inches. So at that size, you're kind of locked into being able to accommodate what the need is versus if somebody passes away and needs that size. So you want consistency in your mapping. You don't want to have a lot of different size spaces, or you could run into issues in regards to what we call an interment verification process, to ensuring that we have every single person interred in the right spot 100% of the time.
But I presume, in listening to you describe the interment option that you executed for the gentleman or the family that wanted 40 urns in one location, I'm guessing that wasn't in an original plan, and that was it was accommodated through some change of plan and design in response to the interests of the family. Is that correct?
So that is correct. And to elaborate a little bit on that, so if a family does have a special request of where they would like to do something that is out of the standard or ordinary practice that we're doing on a daily basis, we can remap spaces that are open to make a larger space to accommodate something like that if needed. And that is something you can do through the process of your daily business operations.
Thank you very much. All the questions I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Morford at this time? He will be recalled at the end. Commissioner Axon.
Good morning, Mr. Morford. Aloha.
Aloha. Good morning.
I just have a basic and general question for you. Were you involved on the first time that Hawaii Memorial Park made a DBA petition?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question, sir.
Were you involved the last time that Hawaii Memorial Park made the DBA petition?
Yes, I was.
I understand that Land Use Commission denied the petition, the first petition, due to communities' concerns. What's the difference now? This time around, were you able to address those concerns? And if not, what are those that you're struggling with?
I feel that the first time that we went through this process, I think we made a lot of errors the first time around in some of our planning and what we were putting together. I don't think that we took the time or due diligence to do what we needed to do with the community. I feel this time, based on the mistakes that we made in the past, we corrected those and we've addressed the concerns that were raised with the community at that time.
So you feel that you address all those community concerns?
I do, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Axon. Commissioners, are there further questions for Mr. Morford at this time? If there's not, Mr. Morford, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions. And I realized that you said in response to Commissioner Okuda's questions that you wanted to defer all cultural answers to Dr. Keha Watson when she appears, but I actually have some questions related to the corporation's relationship to cultural concerns. So I'd prefer to ask them to you. And as a preface to what I'm asking, you're familiar with the case Kapa'akaio Ka'aina, perhaps, that requires the Land Use Commission to look at the impacts on any traditional and customary practices that may be impacted negatively from a development?
I'm not familiar with that, but that's okay.
Okay. Well, so I think your proposal is somewhat unusual, at least in what I've seen in front of the Land Use Commission, because you're actually proposing certain actions as part of your project to enhance traditional and customary practices rather than oppose them. So I'm interested in some issues around that. One is, in your running of Hawaiian Memorial Park, have you ever had individuals seek to exercise traditional and customary practices on the property and you have denied those requests?
No, we have not. We have not denied anyone access.
Have you allowed access to people to exercise traditional and customary practices?
Yes, we have.
And I want to talk about the Native Hawaiian Burial Preserve. Can you explain a little bit about how you came to incorporate that into this proposal?
Sure. I was abreast of the Ko'olapoko Hawaiian Civic Club taking steps to get the penal code changed. And during that process of when they were at the legislature, I was not really involved in those hearings, but I did understand what they were trying to do and the reasons they were trying to bring that forward for them to be able to practice their traditional Hawaiian burial practices. Due to my relationship with those that are in the Civic Club, I felt that was something that was special for them to be able to have. And I wanted to help them through that process to have a place where they could actually practice that was protected and under cemetery guidance.
Are you aware of any, it's the passage of the law in, I think it was 2016?
I believe
when
so.
Governor Ige signed the law re-legalizing traditional Native Hawaiian burial practices. Are you aware of any place in the state that is set aside for the exercise of those practices?
I'm not aware of any state, no, or any place in the state, no.
So if this is approved, this would be the only officially designated place to actually continue those traditional and customary practices?
To my knowledge, that was correct. To my knowledge.
Thank you. That was all I had for you right now.
Thank you.
Is there anything, Commissioner Giovanni?
I just want to clarify, will we have one of the future witnesses would be the civil engineer or not?
Mr. Matsubara.
Our next witness will be the civil engineer, Commissioner Giovanni.
Okay.
Further questions?
Okay, thank you. Anything further for Mr. Morford at this time until he's recalled? If not, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
For your, Commissioner Ohigashi.
It's not about Mr. Mulford. I was wondering, when Mr. Mulford returns, is he going to be treated as a continuing witness, which would allow only the, I guess, the commissioners to ask questions, or will he be subject to additional cross-examination by the parties? I'm just asking that for, I guess.
Commissioner, when we present Mr. Morford at the end to answer questions relating to the cultural issue and the business issues raised earlier, I imagine he would be open to questions from everyone so that the commission would have a full understanding of what's been agreed to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Higashi and Mr. Matsubara. Anything further for Mr. Morford at this time? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Matsubara, is your next witness at the same location or via different remote link?
It's a different remote link and it will be under her name, Jamie Hirota.
Got it. Okay.
And Mr. Tabata will be handling the direct for Ms. Hirota.
I am promoting Jamie Hirota to a panelist. Good morning, Ms. Hirota.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Curtis Tabata for the petitioner.
Good morning, Curtis. Ms. Hirota, you're muted. There you go. I'm going to swear you in and then you'll get direct questioning from petitioner's counsel and then be subject to cross from the parties and the commissioners. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You might change the angle slightly of your computer if you can, but
Is
great.
that better for you?
That's a little bit better. Thank you. Curtis.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie, could you please describe your professional background for us?
Sure. I graduated from Purdue University with a Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering. I have been licensed in the state of Hawaii for over 20 years and have experience in federal, state, county, and private projects. I am a principal with Kaufman Engineers and also a lead accredited professional. I belong to multiple professional organizations, including the American Council of Engineering Companies of Hawaii, the American Society of Civil Engineers, and the Society of American Military Engineers.
Thank you, Jamie. Chair, petitioner requests that Jamie Hirota be qualified as an expert in the field of engineering.
Are there any objections from the parties?
The city has no objections.
State has no objection.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Commissioner Giovanni?
Could we make civil engineering, not engineering in general?
Thank you.
Mr. Tabata?
Modify the request. We request that Jamie Hirota be qualified as an expert in civil engineering.
Okay. I'm assuming if there were no objections from the parties, there's no objections to a narrower qualification, commissioners? If not, Jamie Hirota is recognized as an expert in civil engineering.
Thank you. Jamie, could you please summarize for us your written testimony?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Before I get started, I just want to let you know that I'm going to share a few exhibits, and I've got authority to share screen, but I just want to warn you that they'll come up shortly.
Thank you. When you do so, Ms. Hirota, please identify the exhibit number and page number you're referring to.
Sure will. So I prepared the preliminary engineering report for Hawaiian Memorial. The scope of the PER included preliminary grading and drainage analysis, erosion and sediment control analysis, and a potable water analysis. In addition to the PER, I've been retained to provide civil engineering services for this project. I'm going to start with a discussion on the grading, and I will share this exhibit with, oh, it says that I'm disabled to share.
You should now be enabled.
Very good. Everyone can see my exhibit?
Yes.
This is the preliminary grading plan, which is shown on page 3 from exhibit 32 of my written testimony. I'd like to point out that on all of my exhibits, you will see the north arrow points up because I will refer to different directions. On this exhibit, I want to point out that the grades are steeper here on the south and the west of part of the site, and that they are generally flatter over on the north and the east side of the site. The cemetery expansion area is approximately 27.5 acres, and it will have slopes no greater than 20% and retaining walls. No grading will be done along the Malka side of the site. You can see along my cursor, this area will have no grading in it. Page 4 of my written testimony shows a section cut of this grading. I'm going to pan down to that. Are you having difficulty seeing this as well?
It's now loading.
Okay. As I mentioned, this is a section cut of the grading. We cut this section through this black line here. And it's really representative to show that the majority of the hillside on this western side will be excavated to achieve height reductions between 40 and 100 feet. In this section cut, this green line shown underneath my cursor indicates the existing grades on the site, which are steeper. And then the red line indicates the proposed grades, which are much flatter.
Ms. Hirota and Mr. Tabata, just due to the sort of specific detailed drawings that Ms. Hirota is referring to, I just want to make sure that the commissioners might stop her at any point to ask a question of the graphic that's in front of us. Is that acceptable?
Yes, Chair, I think that would be helpful. So,
okay. So commissioners, it would help, given the way my screen is set up, if you do the raise hand function if you have a question that you want to ask during Ms. Hirota's presentation. Thank you. Please proceed, Ms. Hirota.
Okay, so the grading of this project site will result in excess soil being generated from excavation. As mentioned previously, this is estimated to be approximately 57,300 cubic yards. The excess soil will be made available to other construction sites on Oahu. There is a big demand for uncontaminated fill material, and it usually always exceeds the supply. In my professional opinion, I don't believe any of the soil material is going to end up at PVT. And in my 20+ years of experience in Hawaii, I've never had a project that has taken clean soil material to PVT. As I mentioned, retaining walls will be necessary to create level cemetery grounds and the loop roadway to service the cemetery. So in this same exhibit, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. These retaining walls are shown in the light blue lines, and they're primarily in the central and western portions of the site. They also appear in this section cut here. These areas that go straight up are the retaining walls. And as I mentioned, they are necessary to create level ground. We anticipate designing these out of Keystone, which is a gravity wall system. The average height of the walls is 10 feet, and wall heights above 10 feet will be minimized. The retaining walls will have a subdrain to protect the wall structure itself. They will be constructed on either a concrete or a crushed stone footing, and they will be designed to meet the city and county of Honolulu building permit requirements. I'm going to talk a little bit about construction best management practices, or what we call BMPs. These BMPs are required by the city rules related to stormwater quality, which were updated in 2017. The 2017 rules are significantly more stringent than the previous regulations had been. Based on these rules, this project is considered a Category 5 project and will require an erosion and sediment control plan, or ESCP. A National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit from the state of Hawaii will also be required. The ESCP requires many things. A few of them are a detailed description of the existing and finished grading and drainage conditions, the BMPs during construction, BMPs prior to the start of construction, and BMPs after construction is complete. BMP monitoring is also required, and inspection reporting during the entire length of the project. The project is going to obtain one grading permit. However, the grading work will be done in 5-acre increments as required by the the 2017 rules. This helps to minimize the amount of exposed earth at any given time. As I mentioned before, it is required to put BMPs in place prior to the start of construction. These may include silt fencing, dust fencing, controlled access points that prevent tracking of mud offsite, and sediment basins in the area where work shall be performed first. Once construction starts, additional BMPs shall be used. They include covering of stockpiles with plastic sheets to prevent erosion, spraying water during grading to prevent dust, sandbags and berms to control the flow of runoff, and grassing of the graded area is required within 14 days of the completion of disturbance in that area.
Ms. Hirota, are you still referring to your diagrams?
I'm not, but I have a couple more.
Okay.
Yeah, would you like me to take them down?
No, that's fine. Continue.
Okay. So the other thing required by the ESCP is that the contractor must monitor severe weather and provide weekly and monthly monitoring reports. I'm going to move on to the discussion regarding the drainage study, and I'm going to move on to the existing drainage area map, which is on page 11 of Exhibit 32 of my testimony. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Give that a second for it to pull up for everyone. So the existing drainage flows generally travel in a north-northwesterly direction, as indicated by my cursor moving at this point in time. Stormwater flows into 3 locations right now. The first of which is a small area down in the southwest corner, flows into the existing Ocean View Garden. A large portion of the site flows into the area behind the homes on Oahu Street and Lipalu Street, into existing concrete swales that were constructed with that subdivision. And water also flows into 2 existing city and county structures, one at the end of Lipalu Street and one up here off of Oahu Street. The project will improve the drainage in the area by changing the drainage pattern, improving the land's runoff coefficient, and the use of retention-detention basins. I'm going to move on to page 15 of Exhibit 32 of my testimony, which is the proposed drainage area map. I mentioned that we're going to change some of the drainage patterns. Currently, the area in yellow on this exhibit are off-site areas that flow through our project site in order to reach the existing drainage systems below our site. So as part of the rockfall mitigation, a portion of this area where my cursor is, we're going to put in concrete swale. And this swale will also help to capture stormwater runoff during storm events. The water will then be piped down into the city and county system so that it is not flowing over our project site. The areas in orange and red are the areas that currently drain through the site, either into the rear yard swales or into the structures that I mentioned before, the city and county structures. We are going to modify that flow and then ultimately outlet it into the 2 city and county structures. And then the areas behind the existing homes on Oahu and Lipalu Street, as I mentioned before, we are not going to do any disturbance here. So this water will continue to flow into these swales. However, note that it is significantly less water that will be entering these backyard swales. I also want to note that all stormwater improvements constructed for this project will require maintenance access. It includes the rockfall mitigation measures. It also includes any of the basins. As part of the city and county rules, an operations and maintenance plan will be developed and then will be reviewed by DPP during permitting stage.
Ms. Hirota, if I may interject at this moment. Two items. One is I need to note for the record that Commissioner Giovanni has temporarily lost internet access and is trying to reestablish it. And second, I wanted to check in with you on about the amount of time you have remaining on your direct.
I just need to talk about the flows, the actual volumes and flows, and that is the end of my discussion.
So in terms of a number of minutes?
Maybe hopefully less than 5.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, and we have Commissioner Giovanni back. Great. Please continue.
Okay. I'm going to move on to Table 1, which you will find on page 14 of Exhibit 32 of my testimony. These are the runoff flows. These flows were calculated using the rational method, which is required by the City and County of Honolulu drainage standards. We have calculated the flows for 2 storm events, the 10-year 1-hour storm event and the 100-year 1-hour storm event, as noted in these 2 columns. We have the existing condition, the proposed condition, and the differential. In these rainfall intensities, this is measured in inches. And again, this is the city and county standard to do the 10-year 1-hour storm analysis. We have also committed to doing the 100-year 1-hour storm analysis as part of this project. These intensities are from NOAA rain gauge data and are contained in the city and county standards. The third column is the runoff coefficient. As the runoff coefficient is lowered, more water is captured on site. And by decreasing the slopes of this site and increasing the permeability through the turf grasses that we're going to be using, it helps to reduce the runoff coefficient. So that's why you see a lower number here in this proposed condition for runoff coefficient. And the 4th and 5th columns are the actual flow, which are measured in cubic feet per second, and it's for the 10-year storm and the 100-year storm. This table indicates that we will see a decrease of approximately 4% in these numbers. I'm going to move down to Table 2, which is also, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my reference for it's in my testimony again in Exhibit 32. You'll see very similar numbers here. The difference here is these are the runoff volumes. This is actually a measurement of cubic feet during the entire storm event. So many columns are the same, the intensities are the same, the runoff coefficients are the same, and instead you will see volumes in the 4th and 5th column. And again, the differential, it is slightly larger differential because in addition to improving the runoff coefficient, this calculation is taken into account the retention detention ponds that will be required as part of this project. This concludes the summary of my written testimony. If I may, I'd like to address a concern regarding the drainage calculations raised in Mr. John Hyam's study.
So what we're going to have to do, Ms. Hirota, is I think continue with any further direct from you and then allow for cross. So we've been going just over an hour and I'd like to take a break before you do that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so it is now 10:03 a.m. We're going to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 10:13. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chairman, are you still there?
Jean, is that you?
Yes, it is. I'm having a hard time hearing this witness. If she can speak louder, that would really help.
We'll pass that on.
Okay, we'll pass it along.
Thank you very much.
Whose chicken is that?
Okay, we're about a minute out. Folks can reestablish their video link.
I'm here
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cabral.
just to harass you, of course.
Witness, Ms. Hirota, I'm going to advise you that the court reporter is having a little hard time picking up your audio fully. So I don't know if you can increase your gain or speak closer to the microphone.
Okay, I've tried to move a little bit closer.
It's much louder on my end, so hopefully that should do it.
Try not to cut my head off.
That works
Okay.
fine for me. Thank you.
Thank you. No, you don't have to cut your head off. Leave that to the commissioners. So I think with that, we're back on the record.
You're terrible. I'll mute now.
We're back on the record at 10:13 a.m. Continuing direct testimony from Jamie Hirota, civil engineer.
Chair, would you mind just, we don't need to poll the commissioners, but just could we make the record reflect that all the commissioners are present?
The record is so reflected. I can see Commissioner Okuda, Cabral, Ohigashi, Axon, Giovanni, Chang, and Wong.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Weinhoff. Ms. Hirota, please continue as you wish to prior to the break.
Okay, as I noted before the break, that was the conclusion on my summary of the written testimony. I did request that I would like to address a concern brought up by Mr. John Hyam's analysis, if I may proceed with that.
Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Hyam in his report notes that the drainage tributary area is 93.2 acres. He also notes that if it was 7 acres larger, the city and county standards would require the use of plate 6 from the storm drainage standards to determine the runoff. He states that if you use plate 6, the runoff for the 100-year 1-hour storm event would be approximately 1,000 cubic feet per second. As I noted in my testimony, we use the rational method because that is the standard that is required for sites under 100 acres. And those numbers for the rational method for the 100-year storm are much smaller. In the existing condition, it was about 173.9 CFS. And in the proposed condition, we would reduce that to 166 CFS. I just want to point out these numbers are really different. And there's even Mr. Hyam notes, there's many different ways to calculate runoff. You know, the rational method, which is the city and county standard, is a globally accepted calculation method for what are considered smaller drainage areas, such as our site. It allows us to calculate the peak runoff using characteristics from this site, most importantly, slope and ground cover. And many times plate 6, because it's used for larger drainage areas, you know, those numbers are used for bridge design and for really large drainage structures. The plate 6 is information gathered from USGS stream data throughout Oahu, and then it's divided up by the region of the island that you're on. And I just want to again point out that no matter which method we use, we are changing the ground cover, and the improvements at HMP will decrease the amount of runoff leaving the site. And further refinements of the drainage calculations will continue to occur as this project gets further into design and as we go to DPP for review and permit. And that's all I had to say at the moment.
Thank you.
Ms. Hirota is available for cross.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tabata. Starting with the city.
Good morning, Ms. Hirota. Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel with the city. I just have a few questions, and it might be preliminary, but have you or anyone associated with the project had preliminary discussions with the Department of Planning and Permitting with regard to the grading and grading permits?
Yeah, and during the EIS process, the preliminary engineering report was reviewed by DPP, and there were comments provided at that time, and we addressed those comments during that process.
Okay. The city is requesting that in conjunction with the review of the grading permit and excavation, that the permittee submit a landscaping plan. Would that be possible?
Yes, that will be anticipated as part of the permit process because we are developing a highly landscaped site.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Office of Planning.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions for Ms. Hirota. Ms. Hirota, thank you for your testimony. I have a couple of questions about the retention basins and grading. First, figure 3.1 of your PER. I believe that there are two proposed retention basins. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
like
can you
that again?
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to show that again on the screen?
Okay, sure. If you could, thank you.
Let me just go back to that. I got landed on the wrong one. Just one moment. I'm going to try and zoom in. Actually, let me revise that. There are currently 3 planned basins. One here to the west, another one here a little bit further east, and then a third one over above Leopoldo Street.
Okay, thank you. And so, can you explain how these basins will be accessed for long-term maintenance? Will there be access roads?
There will be maintenance from the HMP site, and that will be designed into this grading so that there will be a pathway that would allow the necessary maintenance equipment to get down. These basins are designed to capture sediment from the stormwater and retain it within the site. That's why we call it a retention-detention basin. It's not meant to retain water long-term, but really to retain sediment. So the owner, the petitioner, will need to get in and clean out these basins on a regular basis, and that will be part of the operations and maintenance plan that needs to be implemented.
And so you said these are pathways. Are these wide enough for a car or truck, or just walking pathway?
It'll be wide enough for maintenance equipment, so I would imagine a small excavator would have to get down into these sites, maybe a mule or a small truck as well.
Okay. And can you explain how these retention basins will be maintained?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Just as far as like how often, on a monthly basis or other or on some other regular term. And
yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry. So these basins will be a grass-lined bottom basin, and the O&M plan will define exactly how often they have to be cleaned. They will have to be cleaned after any significant storm event. That'll be mandatory. And then during the dry periods, there will be a specified period of time, probably somewhere between 30 and 60 days, where the owner will have to go in and do a visual inspection and determine whether or not sediment needs to be removed from the basins.
Okay, thank you. And then so the retention walls, where are they located in relation to the basin? Can you point that out?
Yes, some of them show up on this plan. There's a retaining wall here. There is one here. They're kind of buried under some of these other drainage areas. Maybe it's best if I go back to the grading plan. Just one moment. You can see several of them here with the light blue lines. And yeah, the basins do sit down below these walls.
And so there shouldn't be any interference between the walls and the retention basin.
That is correct. The basins will sit below the wall structure. It's a gravity wall structure, so anything required to keep the wall upright will be behind the wall and the basin will be below the wall.
Okay. Let's see, moving on to the
voice up. Excuse me, Don. Witness, you need to keep your voice up. You drop your voice at the end and I can't hear what you're saying. This is the court reporter, sorry.
Okay. So for moving on to the grading, has a grading plan with phases been developed yet?
No, we have not developed the phases for the grading plan. It will be done in maximum 5-acre increments as required for the permit, for the one grading permit, but we have not determined at how we will grade this site at this point.
Okay, and so you wouldn't even know from what direction you would grade, whether, for example, from north to south, or?
We will grade from west to east because our site access will be on the west side. So we'll come in and likely take down, you know, this section of the hillside first and begin excavation there, and then probably work our way east.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, OP. Intervener. Maybe
Thank
remove
you.
the screen share for now, if you will.
Yes, I will.
I was hoping you could show us the drainage improvement diagram, which was on page 3 of, I think it was on page 3 of your testimony.
This is my drainage area map. Was the document you're referencing?
Actually, I was thinking, I think it was page 3 of your testimony. It was a different diagram. It showed the retention ponds. It looked very similar to this, but had green retention ponds on it.
Okay, I apologize. I don't have that available electronically at the moment.
Okay, that's all right. I was wondering, you had testified that there were going to be these 7 retaining walls between 10 to 25 feet high. So I think you showed us where the retaining walls were, but couldn't you show us how high those will be?
The best way, I think, is to go back to this section cut that we did. And you can, in this, as I zoom in.
One moment. I'm not sure who I'm picking up some background sound from, but I'm hearing somebody's conversation. Okay. Just for a cleaner record, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so in this section cut, you can see the walls here in blue, and on the left hand axis, you will see the elevations. So this lower wall is closer to 25 feet, and the 2 additional walls in this section cut show approximately 10 feet. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it is. Thank you. I'm having to unmute because I think it's my background noise that's causing the problem. Sorry about that. I was hoping we could pull up Mr. Nance's testimony. I think it's Exhibit 3 on his testimony. I have it available if you don't have it.
I do not have it available to me.
Okay, why don't you stop screen sharing, Ms. Hirota, and then Mr. Yoshimori can pull it up.
Oh, I think I'm sharing the wrong screen. Hold on. Okay, could you please explain the color coding behind this diagram?
Yes, I can. So the various colors show the depths of cut and fill that are projected for the site. So as you get into the reds, the yellows and the reds show the areas of the red. This is the area of largest cut. And as you go into what looks like gray and bluish areas, those are the areas of fill. So we will be removing material from this southwestern portion of the site and relocating it to the blue areas.
Would you mind indicating
One moment, Mr. Yoshimori. Commissioner Giovanni.
I can wait for my questions until it's to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Yoshimori.
Would you mind explaining how the different colors, how many feet those colors represent in terms of fill or cut?
Yeah, so if you look up to the upper portion of the exhibit, you will see that there's a table, and it's hard to define. It's kind of this purplish red color that shows cuts. It's in a 20-foot range, so we have a cut up to as much as 100 feet. And then on the opposite end, we have a fill as much as 40 feet.
Okay.
Portion of the site.
Can you indicate where the damselfly habitat is located on this diagram?
If you can see, Mr. Nance has shown his 3 herringbone subdrains that he referenced yesterday, and the damselfly habitat is to the north or above those 3 herringbone subdrains.
So right around here, right?
Yes.
This area. Actually, it's like here, I think. Okay. Can you explain what the dark blue hash marks represent? You just touched upon it.
Yes, these are the subdrains that Dr. Nance spoke about yesterday that will help maintain the subsurface flow of water to the seep into the well.
Mr. Nance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nance.
Thank you. And can you explain where those drains terminate? Are they underground terminations or are they above ground terminations?
They're underground terminations.
Mr. Nance testified yesterday that there will be spigots on the end of these pipes, and flow could be controlled by changing the spigots. Is that possible if they're underground?
Maybe this question is better asked to Mr. Nance. It's my understanding this is a subterranean drainage system intended to keep flow to the well, and the well is below grade. And there will be valves, and those would be below grade.
Okay, thank you. Would you be able to walk us through, high level, how the herringbone drains will be built? Example, first we're going to grade the red and orange area, and then we're going to excavate 10 to 15 feet below the herringbones to put the herringbone drain in. Then fill back, build the walls, and then put in the backfill. Can you just walk us through that?
The herringbone drains will be constructed first before we actually move any dirt, because they're in areas where fill will be placed. So we will trench in those drains, as indicated by Mr. Nance, to their depth. And then we will begin the excavation of the hillside and the filling of the area below.
So you'll dig in first, put the drains in, refill that, build the walls, and then put the backfill on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that it could be up to 100 feet of removal of dirt. I just want to get a visual about how many stories would that be?
I'm not an
Building
architect.
stories.
Can't tell you.
Okay. During construction, I think you mentioned that there's going to be sediment basins designed for a 2-year 24-hour storm. Was that correct?
Yes, that is the city and county standard.
Has it been identified where these sediment basins are going to be placed, whether above the damselfly habitat or above the homes?
They will be located in every 5-acre increment that we grade on this site. So they will be put in place before we grade a particular area, and then they will be filled as that grading is done. The 3 retention detention basins will remain as permanent features, but there will be many sediment basins across the site as the grading is done.
There's no diagram showing the plans for the sediment basins.
No, and as I responded to a previous question about the phasing, the 5-acre phasing diagram has not been developed. We would, as we go into further design and permitting, we would probably reach out to resources in the construction industry to help us better understand accessibility and feasibility for construction and how to best grade that site.
Will those retention ponds be built at the start of construction or during construction? I was confused about that.
They will be built as that area is graded, yes. So all 3 of them won't be built initially because we won't be grading all of those areas initially.
If there's a rain event that's greater than the 2-year 24-hour storm, will the sediment basins be able to, I'm assuming the sediment basins will overflow. Will it still be able to capture sediment in those conditions?
If basins overflow, then the additional sediment that comes from a larger storm event will not be captured.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you're going to be redirecting water flow into the city and county drainage systems. Have you evaluated whether the city and county draining systems can handle that additional flow, the direct redirection of that water into those drainage systems?
The water in the existing condition already reaches these systems. So we are just going to redirect on our site how it gets into those existing systems. We are not going to increase the flow going into each of these catch basins, these structures. So we're required to analyze our existing flow into the structures and our proposed flow. And we will be showing a reduction in the proposed flow.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yoshimori. Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. And see if I can lower my hand. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Hirota, for your testimony. I appreciate it. And I was particularly interested in some of your opening remarks this morning regarding the disposition of clean fill, because there will be quite a volume of fill or byproduct that comes from this grading operation. And we heard yesterday, and in the documents that are part of the record, that one of the possible fates of a good deal of that material would be the construction landfill facility known as PVT. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe you did hear that yesterday.
And in your remarks today, you said that in your experience, your expectation, I think you referred to it as clean fill, would find a final disposition other than a landfill, and it would be common to find a location for that. Could you expand on that perspective just for a bit?
Yes, suitable fill material is in high demand across this island. I, at any given time, have 2 or 3 projects that I'm involved in that require fill. As much as we try to balance project sites, balance the earthwork, it's not always reasonable to do that like it is in this site. So many contractors are always looking for fill. And we would expect that over the 18 months of construction on this project that this fill material will find a home other than PVT.
Are there any precautions that you would advise to be appropriate so that for this particular project, so that the fill material characteristics would not be contaminated with other construction waste, so that it would increase the likelihood of that scenario you just described materializing, and it would find another site for the clean fill as opposed to PVT?
Yes, I don't have any expertise in environmental engineering, but this project site, I don't believe has any contaminants on it. The waste that we would expect to see would just be the grubbing waste from when they remove the vegetation, and that generally is taken and stored separately from suitable soil materials. So we would expect those stockpiles to be separate. And other than the grubbing waste, I don't anticipate that there would be other waste on this site.
Could you describe what you mean by grubbing waste? Does that include, for example, construction of materials for building the retaining walls and wood reinforcement structures or concrete rebar or anything of that nature?
No, the grubbing waste is the vegetation that is removed from the site prior to grading the trees and existing ground covers.
So the grubbing waste would have to be separated from the, in effect, soil, so that the soil would be the clean fill that you could find another home for?
Yes.
And then the green waste what would be the disposition of the green waste?
The green waste could end up in a landfill. It could be used, it will decompose, and they could use it for compost in the finished condition, as well as part of the topsoil and landscape amendments.
What about other building materials that would be used for the grading operation or the construction's operations that might otherwise be commingled with the clean landfill, if not specifically addressed in the construction process?
I made reference in my oral testimony to a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit that is issued by the state of Hawaii. And that permit requires the contractors to define all of those wastes that you mentioned, 2x4s, human waste from construction workers, anything that's generated during that construction. And the contractor must define to the state of Hawaii where each of those wastes will end up. That the porta potties get cleaned, that there's dumpsters on site to collect construction materials, and that those are taken to the landfill. That will be the contractor's responsibility during construction.
So looking at all these different waste streams purely from a volumetric perspective, is it your understanding that the preponderance of it will be, or the large majority of it will be, clean fill that comes from the grading operation?
Yes, the 57,000 yards that we mentioned before will be the clean fill. These other wastes will be negligible compared to that.
I think we heard yesterday, this is maybe a question to Mr. Tabata. I think we heard yesterday in a exchange between the city and county and Mr. Morford about whether or not the petitioner would be willing to entertain discussions with the city and county regarding the disposition of this fill material. Did I hear that correctly when Mr. Morford answered that question in the affirmative?
I'm not sure that Mr. Morford indicated the disposition of the clean fill material. But if he did, I think he would defer to Ms. Hirota and what she's saying about the clean fill and how it will be disposed of.
I think rather than disposing it, we're looking for an alternative in which it's reused because.
Yes, that's what I meant. To be reused for other projects. As Ms. Hirota has stated, there's high demand for this clean fill. So yes, we will. Disposal at PVT is not something we are looking at. Well, Ms. Hirota can explain that, but.
I understand that. None of us are looking for that.
No.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Tabata, I don't know if this is the appropriate witness, but I would like to ask questions to some witness of the petitioner regarding the whether or not a condition for finding a reuse for that landfill as opposed to discarding that fill material would be an acceptable condition for approval of this request.
Mr. Tabata?
We can discuss it with our client whether it'll be accepted. I would just also mention that procedurally, after the close of the evidentiary hearing, that the parties, and I believe also the commission, can submit proposed language for the order and propose conditions. There may be argument or discussion relating to proposed conditions, but ultimately, Commissioner, you and your fellow commissioners will decide which conditions are placed on any future decision and order.
Understood. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Rota.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioners. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Morning.
Thank you for your enthusiastic waving. Because you're small in the image, so it's hard to see.
Good morning, Ms. Hirota. Just want some clarification on your recent testimony and Mr. Nance's testimony. So Mr. Nance said there's a seep well, I guess, for the dragonfly, and that you're going to make a herringbone pattern to shoot water to that seep well or outside to the city and county drainage area. Is that correct? Something like that. I'm just setting up the scenario for my question. That's why. So
yeah, the herringbone drain will go into the seep well. So it'll be a subsurface drain that helps to feed the well. It will not, I believe Mr. Nance may have discussed if there was too much water, we could redirect that water away from the well so that it doesn't have an effect on the seep.
So I guess what happens is Mr. Nance also said that the soil is clayish. So most of the surface water will go over the clay soil and not seep down into the lava rock, something like that. Is that correct? When he said that. Ms. Hirota, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so the question I have is more in the sense that when you're grubbing and taking out all this dirt, okay, how will it affect that undersurface water going into the seep well?
So that's what Mr. Nance is trying to protect with this subdrain, is to allow that water to continue to flow underneath the fill surface.
It'll be under, so I mean, what I see is you're grubbing close to 100 feet of dirt.
And his herringbone drain will be below that.
Okay, so the issue more is, I'm just trying to get this in top of my head. So the water on the top, the surface flow is still gonna flow out, flow because after all the grubbing's done and all those basins are done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so will it affect the habitat of the damselfly in any way with all those changes?
With the surface runoff.
Changes in the grubbing and all that your testimony just stated.
My testimony stated that we will be changing the drainage patterns above where the
Right.
damselfly habitat is located.
But wouldn't the water downhill? So let's say there is water coming down from, let's say, that elevation over the clay surface. Wouldn't it hit the damselfly habitat?
In the proposed condition, we are going to capture that water before it gets to damselfly habitat.
Okay, so then the other question I have is because the water is flowing from the top again, and let's say there is 100-year storm and it happens for more than 2 hours, because you're taking out that much water, would it hit the neighborhood in any way? Do you believe? And affect the neighborhood flooding in any way? Because it's lower?
I'm sorry, maybe you could rephrase that. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is right now, let's say there's a mountain. And most of the time, the mountain, the water, when it rains, right, it just goes into certain areas on the dirt and all that. And then sometimes sometimes it may go into other places, right? Right now. So I was wondering if, because of this changes in the mountain and the areas we're proposing, will it affect the neighborhood below with those changes if it rains hard?
Yeah, so currently a large portion of our site drains into concrete drainage swales that are in the neighboring lots, in the backyards of the homeowners that adjoin HMP. And the proposed condition, we're actually going to take water that has gone to those swales previously and put it directly, slow it down, try to retain more of it on our site, and then put it directly into the city and county system without it going into the neighbors' backyards.
Okay, so let's take, heaven forbid this happens, but during construction or during the grubbing period, prior to anything happening, prior to putting up those walls, and if there's a big rain, what would happen?
Yeah, so as part of the ESCP, we're going to have to put temporary measures in place to make sure that we're not increasing the amount of runoff that's going into the neighbors' backyards. We're going to have to use sandbags, silt fencing, lots of measures to redirect this water and make sure it ends up in
Ms. Hirota, please spell out what ESCP is.
Erosion and sediment control plan.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's it. Thank you, Ms. Hirota. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners, we're continuing with cross of Ms. Hirota. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hirota, for your testimony. Going back to this matter regarding PVT, did you participate in any way in the preparation of the draft environmental impact statement?
No, I did not. I wrote the preliminary engineering report.
Did you participate in any way of the preparation of the final environmental impact statement?
No, I did not.
Were you consulted in any way at any time about the disposal of excavated material from the construction site. And when I say consulted, I mean consulted by Hawaiian Memorial Park or anyone acting on its behalf.
I don't recall discussions about PVT.
Okay, well, my question was more broadly based about whether or not at any time you were consulted by Hawaiian Memorial Park or anyone acting on its behalf about disposal of materials which are excavated from the construction site.
I don't recall those discussions.
In the final environmental impact statement at page 2-31, in red and underlined, there's a statement which indicates to me that that was an insertion made or modification made to the draft environmental impact statement. If I can just read the first sentence of that additional portion, which is in red, underlined, and I'm going to ask you whether or not the statement that I'm going to read is an accurate statement or not an accurate statement. Quote, as discussed in section 5.4, excavated materials that is not used as fill within the cemetery expansion would need to be disposed of at the privately owned PVT Nanakuli construction and demolition material landfill site. Is that statement accurate or not accurate?
It appears to be accurate.
Okay.
I've got the document in front of me and it reads the same way.
So you believe that that statement that I just read is an accurate statement?
It's accurate in that it was written in the EIS. I didn't write the EIS.
Okay, well, I'm not, okay, so we all agree that that statement is in the EIS. I'm just asking whether or not the statement itself is accurate or not accurate.
My testimony today contradicts that statement in that I don't believe the material will go to PVT.
So that statement that was stated in the EIS is not accurate, correct?
I think, Commissioner, I think she just answered that question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Okay. Commissioners, are there further questions for this witness? And Commissioner, oh, Commissioner Chang, I think followed by Commissioner Cabral.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hirota. Your testimony was very helpful. Quite frankly, a lot of it was above my head, but I appreciated the explanation. If you can pull up on the share screen, one of your first exhibits, which showed it was more the topography. Previous to this one, yeah. Okay. Could you show me on this map where the Ocean View Gardens are located? If you know.
Yes, if you can see my cursor.
Yes.
This dark gray line is the road that goes around Ocean View Garden.
Okay.
So that's existing roadway.
And I'm not too sure well, let me ask the question this way. When you prepared your report on the sedimentation, the erosion, and the grading plans, did you look at some of the previous work that was done on Hawaiian Memorial Park, including the Ocean View Gardens?
You know, I don't recall that I had access to the as-built documents for Ocean View Garden when we initially started this.
Okay. Well, I guess the reason I'm asking that question is it appears as if the topography of the Ocean View Gardens prior to it becoming the Ocean View Gardens may be very similar to the proposed expansion area. Would you agree with that?
I can't confirm that. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay then. All right, then I have no further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Cabral.
Mine are somewhat in line. I think I love maps, and based on the map that's in front of us is that area that's outlined in the solid red line. That is the subject area that is completely going to be under construction or consideration. So can you show us, because there's a reference on some of these maps of Road A, Road B, and that. So all of what would be looking like it's going to be a new road is really going to occur. It doesn't already exist, or is that the area? What I'm trying to figure out is where were we standing during our site visit? Were we, in a sense, below this along the screen and in a whole nother area that's now in gray, or were we somewhere on that orange area? That's where was I standing when I was looking over to the side and looking at the tall Norfolk pines, etc. Do you know, or can somebody help show where that was in relationship to this current map?
I wasn't a participant in that site visit, but it is my understanding you went to Ocean View Garden and you were along the roadway and you probably looked directly to the east
Yes.
from where the pointer is right now.
Okay. So was I along that area? I think it's called Road A. Was I along that, or no, I'm outside of that whole area?
No, you were outside. You would have been standing in this gray area. Road A will be the proposed future road.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see where your cursor is now. Okay. Thank you very much. That gives me a perspective on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabral. If you'd stop sharing for a moment, Ms. Hirota.
Sure.
Commissioners, further questions for this witness? If not, I have two quick questions, Ms. Hirota. And I'm thinking back to Mr. Nance's testimony yesterday where he described the soil profile, but I believe he described fairly shallow bedrock on this site, then with a fill layer and then a clay cap, which is what allowed the seep to be filled. Given that you're planning to excavate over 100 feet at some levels, have you done test borings or other kinds of investigations to determine that you're not going to be intersecting bedrock as you do this excavation?
I'm going to defer that question to Robin Lim. I believe he's going to come back and further discuss the geotechnical aspects and the rockfall mitigation for this site.
Okay. Is that Mr. Tabata? Mr. Lim is going to be recalled?
Yes, we will call Robin Lim as a rebuttal witness.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Chang.
Oh, I apologize. I'm always come one of these last people, but Ms. Hirota, do I understand your testimony that what you are proposing through the retention, detention basins, the erosion control measures, that you're actually going to improve the drainage and you are going to actually eliminate some of the flows that go onto the neighbors, the subdivisions? Is that your testimony?
Yes, that is my testimony.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be sure.
Okay, I had two questions, but I guess I wasn't quite done with my first question.
Sorry.
Just to the degree, Ms. Hirota, I'm fine with your deferring to Mr. Lim as to the geotechnical aspects of things, but I guess my question is then, are you confident with this preliminary site plan, regardless of what the actual grading finds? You're going to follow these planned contours, or might it change in the course of construction if for instance, bedrock is much more shallow?
No, from this stage, we will go out and do more soil borings and more topographic survey to confirm this is preliminary data that we have in these exhibits. More investigation work will be done as preparation for the permit drawings occurs. So you may see changes and those will happen during the design phase. We would not go out during the construction phase and make those type of decisions. They will be determined with further investigation after this process is over.
Okay, so my second question then, and this really is perhaps more a question for Mr. Tabata, but coming from the perspective of, among other experiences on the LUC, being a hearings officer on the Lanai docket related to groundwater use and having very conflicting representations from the petitioner and the record. And I'm seeing this again, we have one thing in the EIS and one thing now from your witness. There's going to be a request from me at least for the petitioner to be really clear what their representations are on the matter of the disposal of fill. Will that be possible in this process, Mr. Tabata?
I believe that will be possible, Chair. In a nutshell, the EIS was written by HHF planners, and they did the best job that they could. My understanding is that they didn't have the various sub-consultants draft everything that was contained in the text of the EIS. They gathered the best information they had, but in this case, they did not have the years of experience that Ms. Hirota has as a civil engineer. So I don't see a conflict in the evidence. I see two different perspectives, one from a planner drafting a 343 document, and we also have the perspective of a civil engineer that has practical on-site experience with projects. So I appreciate that comment or advice, and we will certainly address both representations in post-hearing filings.
I will want it to be very clear on the record which representation which the LUC needs to be relying upon in considering the merits on this case.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further for Ms. Hirota. Is there anything else? If not, thank you very much for, oh, is there redirect?
Oh, no, thank you. No redirect.
Okay. Seeing that there's no redirect in Ms. Hirota's testimony, will excuse Ms. Hirota from being a witness. I'll move you back to being an attendee. And Mr. Tabata, who are your next witnesses?
Our next witness will be Reginald David, our biologist, followed by Stephen Montgomery.
Okay, now Dr. David is going to be testifying on which specific matters?
With respect to avian and terrestrial mammals.
And how long do you expect his direct testimony to be?
He will probably take maybe 10 to 15 minutes on direct.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that we take a break now, reconvene at 11:16 for the direct of Dr. David, and then followed by Dr. Montgomery prior to lunch, if that's possible. Is that acceptable to the parties and the commissioners? Okay, it's 11:06. We'll reconvene at 11:16. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay, we're a minute out. Folks want to restart their video.
I'm here.
You're getting gold stars today, Commissioner Cabral.
I'm working on it.
I very much appreciate it, and I know we're not officially on the record yet, but I really appreciate the even beyond normal commitment that it's taking for commissioners to participate.
Yeah.
In these circumstances. So. Mr. Tabata, where is your next witness? HMP2 or separate?
Reginald David will be available under his name, Reginald David.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I have promoted him to be a panelist. We need the Office of Planning. As was suggested previously by Mr. Weinhoff, I'm going to confirm the participation of Commissioners Okuda, Cabral, Chang, Axon, Giovanni, Ohigashi, and myself.
Chair, can you make sure?
And Wong.
Can you make sure that's on the record, Chair? Chair.
Yes.
Will you make sure that's on the record?
I heard your question both times.
Okay, thank you.
I was waiting in my response.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Let's go back on the record. Confirming on the record that all seated commissioners are participating. We are now proceeding with the direct testimony of Reginald David. Reggie David, I'm going to swear you in first before Mr. Tabata proceeds with your direct. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Reggie. Could you please describe for us your professional background?
Certainly. My name is Reginald David. I am a endangered species biologist by mostly. I've worked in Pacific, tropical Pacific and Asia for at least the last 30 years. My clients have involved both federal and state governments, foreign national governments, and also almost every branch of the military, and a very large number of private concerns such as this one.
Thank you. Petitioner requests that Reginald David be qualified as an expert in biology.
Do you want to be a little more specific? Biology is a big field.
Yes, that would be and terrestrial mammals.
Okay. Are there any objections from the parties?
City has no objections.
It has no objections.
Intervener has no objections.
Commissioners? Okay, so qualified, please proceed.
Reggie, could you please summarize for us your written testimony?
Certainly, my pleasure. Mr. Chair, commissioners, good morning. Basically, I was contracted to conduct avian mammalian surveys on the property. Previous work was done in the 60s by another biologist. Essentially, we use standardized bird sensing techniques. Essentially what we recorded was a 227 individual species or individual animals of 19 species representing 15 separate families. No indigenous or endemic avian species were recorded within the petition area. We did record an indigenous migratory shorebird species on the existing HMP cemetery, Pacific golden plover. And the 3 species of mammals that we detected are all alien, invasive, and deleterious mammals present on most of the islands in the state.
Reggie, let me ask you another question. Are you familiar with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with their regulations?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to review the U.S. Fish and Wildlife letter dated August 22, 2019, that is addressed to Mary Alice Evans, Director, Office of State Planning?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any comments to that letter?
I think possibly first and foremost, I'm not an attorney. However, I have written numerous HCPs and I have no idea how many Section 7 consultations for various entities. So I do understand the process involved in permitting under endangered species in Hawaii and the tropical Pacific. Essentially, what we have here is a situation where we do have an acknowledged endangered species on the property. Essentially, under the law, essentially what an applicant or a petitioner is required to do is to ensure that minimization measures are put in place to minimize to the maximum extent practicable any potential deleterious impacts to that species. If those measures are not sufficient, then one is generally required to consult in another process to make sure that one mitigates the unintended take of those endangered species.
Thank you. Mr. David is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Tabata, City and County.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. My name is Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel on behalf of the city. Could you give me a time frame of your study?
Yes, sir. Let me just check my report here. It was conducted in 2017, sir.
And can you give me a little bit of general information as what encompassed the study?
Yeah, basically what we did is when you survey for birds, there are different methodologies that used because this is the petition area is a relatively dense, has relatively dense vegetation. What we do is we set up what we call point counts. So we put 8 point counts within the property and conducted what are called variable circular plot counts for avian species. Basically, when you're doing these kind of surveys, probably in this kind of a setting, 70 or 80% of the species recorded are recorded by their vocalizations. You don't actually see them. And it's a standardized technique that's used throughout the Pacific.
One more last question. What was the length of time of that survey?
The survey was conducted on 1 day.
Okay. A particular time of year? What?
I honestly am embarrassed to say that I'm not 100% sure. I believe it was in October of 2017. It is the period. So in Hawaii, we have fairly little change in bird populations. However, we do have a number of migratory shorebird species which are present in the state. And we conducted the survey at an appropriate time of year to record both those species and any resident land birds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. State.
No question.
Okay. Intervener.
Hello, Dr. David. I just have one question. Yesterday, Mr. Easer had stated that there were only damselflies using the property as an endangered species. But your written testimony says that the Hawaiian hoary bats may also be present. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. David.
Okay. Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Giovanni.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that earlier in regards to recognizing Mr. David as an expert witness who was confined to mammals, I think it should be expanded to include avian species as well.
I have no problem with that. Mr. Tabata.
I am in agreement. Thank you, Commissioner.
City and county.
City is not objecting.
State.
No objection.
Intervener.
No objections. Thank you.
Commissioners. Okay, sorry, is it Mr. David or Dr. David?
It's Mr. David, sir.
Mr. David is qualified as an expert for mammals and avian species. Did you have anything further, Commissioner Giovanni? Okay, other questions? From the commissioners. Commissioner Wong?
Mr. David, thank you for your testimony. I have a question. With all they're talking about the grading and the changes to the landscape, would that enhance more pueo or hoary bats to live in the area, or will it decrease the chances?
It's a good question, sir. Basically, by altering the habitat to basically a turf grass dominated habitat, it will improve the habitat for migratory indigenous shorebird species, which are native to Hawaii, but also found elsewhere. And there's probably 3 species that would use that property. Hawaiian hoary bats are an over-dispersed species in the technical terms, which basically means they're solitary. They roost in tree vegetation, and their ranges are fairly large. So this proposed clearing of the petitioner site will not enhance habitat for that species. The pueo is a diurnal, which means a daytime owl. It is a grassland species. It's not particularly a forest species, and it actually nests on the ground in grass. Turf grass is not usually the habitat in which they nest. On Oahu, where they're usually found, or on the North Shore, James Campbell, parts of the Marine Corps Air Station, Nanakuli and Lu'ulu'ulei on the Navy Mag, where you've got fairly undisturbed grassland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioners, are there other questions? I see nobody raising their, oh, Commissioner Ohigashi.
Mr. David, I noticed in your report that you had some mitigation recommendations concerning the hoary bat. Could you please expand on that?
Yes, sir.
Talk about leaving certain height of trees, if I remember correctly.
Exactly. I'm just opening my report to that section to make sure that I'm addressing your comment correctly. In endangered species consultations with the federal and the state, the minimization measure for Hawaiian hoary bats that I put in my report is the standard condition that would be expected from either DOFA or Fish and Wildlife Service. Essentially, the purpose of that is there is some belief that female bats may not be able to get out of a tree that's being felled during the bat pupping season. And so essentially the standard condition that is used by both the state and the federal government in Hawaii is that thou shalt not cut trees or woody vegetation over 15 feet high during the bat pupping season, which runs from June 1st to September 15th. And that's a standard clause, standard condition in pretty much any permit process that I've been involved in.
Is there a recommendation, or is there a, is it your position then that we should retain any trees over 15 feet high for the purposes of allowing the bat to procreate in the area?
No, sir, that is not my recommendation.
And why would that be? Could you tell me why wouldn't that be a
Certainly. The average home range of one of these bats is somewhere on the order of 2 to 2.5 kilometers. They do not have a single roost tree. They do not roost or congregate in groups. And so they are not habitat restricted. So essentially on a parcel of property like this, removing the trees at the appropriate time of year will not, in all probability, have a deleterious impact on a Hawaiian hoary bat. And there are adequate trees in all the lowland areas for those animals to move into if they so choose. They don't have one roost. They move around. They have day roosts, they have night roosts. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you, Dr. David. All right, Mr. David.
Thank you, Commissioner Higashi. Commissioners, Mr. Tabata, I want to ask a point of clarification about this witness versus the next witness. You asked this witness to comment on Fish and Wildlife Service regulations, but the primary area of concern seems to be around whether or not there is a need for an incidental take permit and associated habitat conservation plan for the damselfly. Is this witness expected to answer all questions related to incidental take and HCPs, or is that your next witness, or is there another witness?
Mr. David is being offered right now to address all of those federal regulations regarding the damselfly.
Even though he's not here as the entomologist.
He's not the entomologist, but he does have that experience with U.S. wildlife. So he is being offered in that capacity.
So with that clarification, thank you. If there's not other commissioners with questions right now, I have questions for Mr. David. Mr. David, how is a determination done on whether or not an incidental take permit may be required?
It somewhat depends on the trigger for the consultation. So in this particular situation, we currently do not have a federal nexus, which I believe. So if there were a federal nexus, it would automatically be handled by the federal government under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act. Because we do have a 343 document in play, both the federal and state wildlife regulatory agencies do get to comment and make suggestions. Essentially, ordinarily, what happens at this juncture is that a plan will be put forth, which details all minimization and conservation measures with the determination from the petition team that those are adequate. And then it will be up to the federal and state agencies to determine whether or not they agree with that.
So in this case, where there was no federal nexus,
Correct.
was it somehow incumbent on the Fish and Wildlife Service to state in a letter that an incidental take permit would be required?
I think if you look at that letter, it said that it should be considered. So under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act, it is a required activity. You don't have a choice. If you trigger a federal nexus, then you have to do the consultation. Section 10 under the Federal Endangered Species Act and the HCP clauses under 195D are an applicant-driven process. So an applicant basically needs to determine whether or not they think their minimization measures are sufficient and effective. And at that point, they can choose to prepare an HCP under federal and state law, because in Hawaii, they are joined. You can't do one or the other.
And what role does an approving body such as the Land Use Commission have in making a determination?
I am no expert on the LUC rules and law and conditions. I think
you can defer answering. That's fine.
I defer.
I'm not trying to ask you about anything outside of your area of expertise.
That's not my area of expertise. I've testified before you before, but I do not know what your specific roles are in that.
What I'm trying to understand is that on a common sense level, if it was entirely always up to private landowners to determine whether or not what they're doing is good enough, and I am not making any statement about the character of this petitioner, but just there's going to be a range of petitioners in the world, some of whom might be more than willing to conclude that everything they're doing is fine, and others who would take a much more cautious approach. And so that's why I was asking about, doesn't the approving authority have some role in the determination of whether or not the proposed actions are adequate to alleviate the need of needing an incidental take permit and associated HCP? So I just wondered whether, based on your experience, you've seen where there is any situations where since you've appeared in front of us and other bodies, whether there's been a situation where the petitioner or applicant or landowner might not feel that an HCP and incidental take permit is required, but the body granting some approval or permit required it.
In my experience, that has never happened. I mean, ultimately, I think under LUC conditions that I have seen, essentially petitioners are required to consult with the appropriate wildlife regulatory agencies and comply with state and federal law. So I think that probably is adequate, but I'm not a lawyer.
Again, and I'm trying to be very clear, I'm not asking you about legal questions per se, but just areas where you were offered as an expert. So I have nothing further for Mr. David. Is there anything else, commissioners? Looking once, looking twice. If not, redirect Mr. Tabata.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Reggie, just to be clear, based on your experience, is it your opinion that an incidental take permit is not required for our project? Legally required?
obviously it's not my decision, but I think what is being proposed for minimization, which essentially is to protect the seep, the well, the area that the Hawaiian black-line damselfly is using on the property, and the fairly extensive measures being implemented to control water, to ensure that there is a constant appropriate flow, not only to the well, but to the seep, that, and also fencing to keep pigs and people out of there. I think most regulatory agencies would consider that those minimization measures to be adequate. And I think, frankly, from my perspective, those measures, if implemented, represent a net benefit to the species, because you're going to create better, more stable habitat for the species.
Thank you. And
Sorry, there's a hand up from Commissioner Chang. You're muted.
Mr. Chair, I'll just, I had a follow-up question based upon Mr. Tabata's question, but are you through, Mr. Tabata? Were you going to ask Mr. David any more questions?
I guess I'd like you to ask your question, Commissioner Chang, and then let Mr. Tabata finish his redirect.
All right, so my question is in light of the expert opinion. Mr. David, so is there, with respect to the proposed mitigation measures, is there appears, I guess I'm more interested in process necessarily than substance. So procedurally, is the petitioner required to go back to U.S. Fish and Wildlife and consult on the proposed mitigation measures, or do they run the risk of, I mean, is there a potential cause of action for not protecting the habitat? I've asked you a compound question. So the first question is, does the petitioner have a responsibility or obligation to go back to U.S. Fish and Wildlife to consult on the proposed mitigation?
I mean, not to my knowledge, and this is actually considered minimization, not mitigation. But I would suspect that we would take back what the plan to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to ensure that what we're doing is adequate.
Okay, and my second question, if you can answer this, is in the absence of the petitioner going back to U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but nonetheless implementing these minimization measures, is there a separate cause of action by an interested party to challenge the impact to critical habitat?
There is no critical habitat on the property.
But the damselfly, or if the habitat of the damselfly is there, can that be challenged for not further consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife that you know of?
I'm not a lawyer, but my experience is that anybody can file any lawsuit they want pretty much in this country. And
okay,
obviously this is not something that the petitioner wants to have happen. So I think that the plan that's going to be is being put forward, and Dr. Montgomery will be talking to after me, certainly fulfills any criteria that I'm aware of for minimizing to the maximum extent practicable, which is the ESA standard.
all right. So it is. Okay, very good. Thank you so much for answering my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Tabata, if you want to continue with your redirect.
yes, thank you. Reggie, during your survey, did you actually see any hoary bats?
No, sir.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. David, you're excused, and we'll bring on Dr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tabata, Dr. Montgomery is where?
Dr. Montgomery is under HMP2.
Okay. Pulling him up. Waiting for his video and audio to be enabled. Good morning, Dr. Montgomery.
Aloha.
I know you know this procedure well. As a former member of this commission, I will swear you in before you're direct. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Tabata.
Thank you. Dr. Montgomery, could you please describe for us your professional background?
I'm an entomologist specializing in island ecosystems and have contributed to numerous EIS reports. I've provided my expertise as a biological consultant to private landowners and government agencies since 1978 and conducted many invertebrate surveys since 1964. Focused on insects and science since childhood, I sought many six-legged education options, including making entomology collections for state fair exhibits, after which the Smithsonian Institution Diptera expert prevailed upon me to make a rare botfly specimen donation at age 12. At age 18, I was hired to assist two professors studying damselfly territorial behaviors for 2 months along a stream in Oklahoma. I have been active in field biology in Hawaii, earning a University of Hawaii 1973 master's degree in entomology on Drosophila fly ecology, and a 1984 PhD on my discovery of carnivorous caterpillars, their identification and behavior. I found a dozen new species, and in 1972 recollected the now well-known happy face spider. I'm a 50-year member of the Hawaiian Entomological and Hawaiian Botanical Societies, and a 35-year member of the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. As an avid conservationist, I have performed community service, including 5 years as a land use commissioner, a state natural area reserves commissioner under 3 governors, and have been a board member of the National Wildlife Federation and the Ahui Malama Ikalokahi, Hawaiians for the Conservation of Native Ecosystems. Shall I go on to my testimony?
No. We request that Dr. Montgomery be qualified as an expert in terrestrial invertebrates.
Are there any objections from the party, starting with the county?
The city has no objections.
State has no objection.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Seeing none, Dr. Montgomery is so qualified. Please continue.
Thank you. Steve, could you please summarize for us your written testimony?
Yes, sir. I prepared the survey of invertebrate resources for the Hawaiian Memorial Project and written testimony. I concluded a 12-day invertebrate survey at the site from July to December of 2017 in dry and wet conditions, day and night, searching for native Hawaiian species. I covered all habitat types and searches for hidden springs or native invertebrate host plants. Survey methods included visual observation, native host plant searches, net sweeps, and light sampling. I found published data by UH scholars Henry and Butler and contacted them about Manoa's black-line damselfly adults, habitat needs, and preference for shade. Plant and invertebrate populations are interdependent, host plants being a measure of insect community health. Feral pigs degrade this native vegetation and understory plants by rooting. Thus, very limited native plants survive to serve as hosts for very few Hawaiian insects presently. The remaining native insects I did find are very widespread in the islands. The only federally listed endangered species observed was the black-line Hawaiian damselfly, Megalagrion nigrohymatum nigrolineatum, as it's known scientifically. Not having seen any initially, when we heard secondhand of this damselfly's presence, the landowner requested that I confirm their seep breeding location. Of the 25 native damselfly species in Hawaii, they diversified long ago from a single waif landing in Hawaii, and they now occupy many aquatic niches and rainforests. The black-line, sometimes called rainbow-eyed damselfly on Oahu, was once common from sea level to 2,400 feet. But by 1996, it no longer was found in the Waianae Mountains. A Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation data profile associates this damselfly with standing pools in stream headwaters and mid-reach sections and bordering seeps. It is present in both the windward and leeward sides of the Ko'olau Mountains in headwaters of 17 streams. Some populations are reported as robust. Critical habitat in streams and seeps of 6 Ko'olau Mountain sections totals 25,200 acres. In the Petition area, they are in the northwestern corner along a seep fed by a small well created about a century ago for dairy farming. This brown inch-long damselfly has nymphs that live concealed under stones or algae clumps in slow, still waters. Their diet includes larvae of midges, flies, sow bugs, and mites. On sunny days, up to 8 damselflies, usually males awaiting courtship opportunities, were sighted along the seep waters. With thick cloud cover and decreased sunlight, 2 to 0 were present even at midday. The major threat to immature damselflies is alien fish predation. Feral pigs wallowing and rooting causes major disruption of adult breeding and resting places. Key habitat invertebrates in this damselfly site include alien ants, which are a primary threat, especially the big-headed ants, a general predator of most native arthropods. Mosquitoes do breed in small numbers in the seep's small flowing waters and the cement well which feeds it. Cannibal mosquitoes live in the water well and feed on larvae of all other invertebrates, mosquitoes especially. Human trespassers risk harming the resting and molting damselflies on the water margins or muddy areas, as their cryptic colors make them difficult to see so that they could be stepped upon. Treading in or along the seep could disturb damselfly molting, breeding, and resting. Damselfly habitat boundaries along the seep were determined after many site visits, including one with Fish and Wildlife Service biologist, Dr. Dan Hohemus. Damselfly young stay within the water, but adults forage and roost in nearby vegetation. Undisturbed emergent wetland plants are ant-free perches for immature damselflies in the first hours of tender flightless vulnerability while they're molting. Primarily due to repeated feral pig rooting, the seep habitat lacks much shrub foliage and ground cover. The topographic and sunlight conditions influence the adult damselfly movements resting in and along the seep's course. Based on site visits and topographic data, our planned polygon responds to their needs, and higher points along and surrounding the ravine and above the seep channel establishing a natural habitat boundary. The densely forested belt reserved as a buffer between residential plots and the burial plots, together with the cultural reserve, provide adequate habitat for adults to forage and to roost. Improvements implemented under the proposed action would not adversely impact widespread native invertebrate species populations, nor harm the single endangered species. Native vegetation landscaping in cemetery expansion areas and the cultural preserve would provide increased native vegetation as native arthropod habitat. The hydrology and the geology data both show the seep is maintained by natural discharge of subsurface water moving downslope through the soil at depths over 10 feet. The subdrains with adjustable valves to provide optimal water flow would be installed to maintain this natural discharge. Grading plans incorporate designs to minimize effects on the well and the seep, serving as damselfly habitat.
Mr. Tabata, sorry, and Dr. Montgomery, are we summarizing your written or?
This is a summary of his written.
Okay.
Written testimony is much longer.
Okay.
I have just a single page left. With damselfly habitat avoided, grading improvements would not impact or alter black-line Hawaiian damselfly seep habitat. Damselfly populations and human developments can coexist. For 20 years, the orange-black Hawaiian damselflies have been living at a Tripler Army Hospital stream by management with piped water. On Lanai Island, damselflies breed in a large ornamental pond behind the Koele Hotel. Although no impacts to seep habitat from project implementation are anticipated, several actions are proposed to minimize future impacts from predators and trespassers and ensure the seep remains and even improves as a damselfly breeding habitat. An incidental take permit under Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act would not be required because cemetery expansion would avoid damselfly habitat, and minimization measures would ensure continued water flow along the seep and not alter the habitat. A fenced seep enclosure and subcanopy riparian plantings will be significant improvements, with feral pigs being excluded. A July 9th, 2019 State Division of Forestry and Wildlife letter confirms this in our Exhibit 24. The placement of non-native fish into Hawaii aquatic habitats is ongoing and poses the major threat to this relatively accessible relictual damselfly population. The placement of large branches in and covering seep waters where damselflies breed has occurred in the recent past. I personally removed a large pile of these branches, apparently from adjacent properties, to restore open waters. To minimize potential effects on the damselfly, these actions are proposed. Schedule regular seep inspections to ensure continued water flow. Inspection before construction will establish baseline flow and be measured weekly during construction. After construction, monitor the flow for 6 months, weekly for the first 3 months, and every 2 weeks thereafter if conditions are satisfactory. After 6 months, monitor monthly. A monitoring gauge or other appropriate device will be installed inside the upslope well to monitor levels prior to, during, and after project construction. Once project earth moving activities conclude, a permanent water line extending from proposed cemetery expansion areas irrigation system to the well would provide long-term water flows if needed. As necessary during construction, a temporary water line would extend to the well to support water levels. An adjustable subsurface drainage system designed in a herringbone pattern implemented in the fill area above the well and seep is to ensure water flow. During seep inspections, monitoring for non-native fish and other hazards will be done. We will review habitat boundaries currently shown using more accurate data collected during project final design topographic surveys and revise habitat boundary as appropriate. Construct fencing around habitat boundary to exclude feral pigs. Place small sticks upright away from the edges of waterlogged areas as molting safe zones to prevent predation, since ants will not cross these barriers. So I conclude by pointing out that I believe this project will provide net benefits to this endangered damselfly and will improve the habitat through management that will be really, really focused. So I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Dr. Montgomery Cross.
Thank you, Dr. Montgomery and Mr. Tabata. Start with the city.
The city has no questions.
Office of Planning.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question for Mr. Montgomery, Dr. Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery, thank you very much for your testimony. I was wondering, would the HMP staff need to be trained in order to perform some of the mitigation, to monitor the water level?
Yes, I think it would be fairly simple, and I'd be pleased to help with that process. It's monitoring the volume of water flow to be sure that it maintains the levels that have been customary and that have allowed this relic population to survive, even though the lowlands of Oahu have lost their populations of this species in the last 30 years.
Thank you, Dr. Montgomery. No further questions.
Thank you very much, OP. Commissioners. Commissioner Cabral? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Very sorry. Intervener.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry about
Thank
that.
you, Dr. Thank you. Dr. Montgomery, I just have a couple of questions. So is the black line damselfly found anywhere else in the world outside of Oahu?
This subspecies is not.
You testified that in your written testimony that there are about 1,000 individuals across 17 stream colonies. Is that correct?
These estimates were taken from the Federal Register, and they are estimates that were made based on their field work. And they did refer to some of these populations as being robust. And these are largely above waterfalls in the upper mountains where there haven't been alien fish like guppies and swordtails released into streams by well-meaning but uninformed people.
There were about 1,000 individuals remaining in the world. Is that about right?
That's an estimate that I didn't make myself, but I'm citing from publications in the Federal Register involving the listing of this.
You mentioned the mitigation measures that were going to be included, including the herringbone drainage system, regular inspections of the seep, monitoring the well gauge, the permanent water line. These mitigations are required because of the risk that the proposed project has to the damselfly habitat. Is that correct?
I think that is correct. The risks that are raised about the supply of water have been, I think, the risk is greatly reduced by the installation of the herringbone drains, because with them and the valve at their Mackay terminus, if there was any compression of the water-bearing stratum deep inside this mountain, it will compensate for that compression. So with that installation and the irrigation pipe as a backup to that, the water supply is assured for this relic population.
Thank you. What would be the impact to the damselflies should the seep stop flowing? You know, if somebody forgets to check on the water or something happens like that.
I was talking to Tom Nance about his most recent visit just earlier this week, and he noticed that because of the lack of rainfall in recent weeks, that the upper edge of the seep is beginning to dry out. There isn't standing water, but the lower 150 feet seem to be still soaked and providing habitat. So there are natural fluctuations along with the rainfall patterns of the island. But if this development causes a change and reduction in the amount of water, the supplemental irrigation pipe will make up for that difference.
I was wondering if, you know, say the development does happen, it changes the flow of water, and the colony is now dependent on the supplemental irrigation. And for whatever reason, the float breaks or someone forgets to turn on the supplemental hose or main gets cut. What would be the impact to the damselfly if that water was stopped?
Well, considering that the larval stage is aquatic, they can live for as long as 9 months or so as an immature stage, even though they might live just 2 weeks as the adult stage. A drying up habitat will mean they can't breed there, and any eggs that the adults deposit there, lay there, wouldn't have a place to survive. They're not terrestrial, unlike another species of damselfly that has evolved a terrestrial behavior. So just as we have for 20 years at Tripler Army Hospital, the supplementary irrigation will make up for any reduction in water and will support this habitat in perpetuity. Every time I've visited, I've seen staff and security at Hawaii Memorial Park under the present situation. And I'm sure that conditions that are established after these commission's hearings will provide for ongoing monitoring. I've had every indication from my work on this project that this property owner is seriously concerned about the welfare of this native damselfly. It's a beautiful insect, and it's getting a considerable fan club. And I don't think there's any chance that it's going to be forgotten and neglected.
Thank you. I'm a fan. How long would the damselfly population survive if the water had stopped flowing?
How long would the population survive if the water stops? I haven't seen any data that would allow me to know for sure. I think that in a moist, muddy depression, the damselflies could live for a couple months until it's completely dried out. So it's difficult to give you an answer. We have little information. We know that there was on one occasion at Tripler Army Hospital where a well-meaning person turned off the faucet and it began to dry up, but it was discovered in time, and the system was modified so that it could never be turned off with the faucet being removed, and it's a continuous trickle that's been working now for 20 years. I should point out that at the present time, this damselfly is at considerable risk because of the kind of rooting and opening up of the vegetation by the feral pigs that frequently move through the area, especially during the dry season. And I think that we're quite fortunate that we have this permanent seep, which existed long before the well country structure was inserted there. And it has to do with the geological formation of the very dense Koolau basalt. Because remember, this is the core of the caldera of the old Koolau volcano. And this water is moving from considerable distance to collect at this one spot.
As part of page 36 on the petitioner's second amendment, it says that they're going to evaluate the feasibility and practicability of initiating a participation in a habitat restoration and conservation program for the damselfly habitat under the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program, unquote. Has this work been done with the Fish and Wildlife Service?
Not presently, but as it says, that's the intention to explore these options, because there is expertise available in the federal government that could help plan something that will provide the best future for this Megalagrion endangered species.
I think the Office of Planning's written testimony is saying that the consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service is not required. So I wasn't sure. Were you aware of that?
These sorts of questions should be addressed to people like Reggie David.
Thank you. And in your summary testimony, you had mentioned that the damselfly would be able to take advantage of the new habitat that gets created, as well as a cultural area. Was that correct?
Well, by new habitat, I'm not sure what you mean. We're taking the existing habitat and we're improving it in our plans.
Okay. And also you mentioned that they could use the cultural area as well.
Well,
Did I get that right?
adults and their movements are very little known. They're a little bit like bats in that they kind of disappear into the sky and in the canopy, and they're only like 2 inches long and very slender. So even Dr. Butler and her students at the University of Hawaii say that they never see the adults away from the stream where the males come to await the females when they come to find a mate and to lay eggs. So in all of my days on these hundreds of acres, the only place I see the damselfly is along this particular seep. So they may well go looking for gnats and mosquitoes to feed on as adults. They may fly 100 yards, but I doubt it. What data we do have from marking the insects in Manoa before they were listed and they could be marked and released and then recaptured, we learned that they're very sedentary. And most damselflies are sedentary. They're not like dragonflies that soar on the wind and can go for miles and miles. But they will have that option because of the buffer zone of forested area that ranges from the cultural preserve all the way along this buffer area between the residential subdivision and the burial plots. Well over 100 acres immediately would be available to them, but they probably will use something on the order of a couple of acres based on our anecdotal observations, which are very, very few for the adults.
Okay, so
I'm just doing
the
a time
damsel,
check right now. Mr. Yoshimori, about how long do you think you have?
I just have one more follow-up question. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's possible if the damselfly could use a couple of acres of land that they could be ranging into the proposed cemetery expansion area. Is that right?
I really don't have any way of knowing about that. We do know that they avoid open areas, and this is in the case in the back of Manoa Lion Arboretum, where they're only seen right along the stream course and not in the Taro Lo'i, or even in the lower part of the stream that was broad and sunny. This species is a specialist on dark, shady habitats. And I wish we had more information about how far the adults roam. And perhaps in the future, the university scholars will get a permit and can mark and release and have data. But right now, it's apparent that they're very closely tied to this aquatic breeding site. And there are enough gnats and mosquitoes available, as I can attest, having fed quite a few mosquitoes there, for the adults to live and feed very close to the well and the seep.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Dr. Montgomery.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tabata, even though we would normally proceed directly to commissioner questions, we're at 1 hour, it's lunchtime. I think we need to take a break and ask Dr. Montgomery to be available after lunch.
Yes, I agree. I'm hungry.
Okay. With that, it is 12:18 p.m. I'm going to suggest we reconvene at 1 p.m. Is that acceptable to the parties and the commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. See you at 1 p.m. It is 12:59. We should get video back up.
I'm here, Jean.
Hi, Jean. It's 1 o'clock. Commissioner Giovanni. All right. Okay. Is the witness available at HMP2?
Who's the bottom row for a second?
Okay. Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. I'm calling the meeting back into session, confirming that with us we have Commissioners Okuda, Cabral, Ohigashi, Axon, Chang, Giovanni, and Wong. All 8 sitting commissioners are present. We were continuing, we had just concluded the interveners questioning of witness Dr. Steve Montgomery. Is that correct, Mr. Yoshimori? You were concluded?
That is correct. I am concluded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have questions from the commissioners, starting with Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, this is a question to our witness. I don't see him. He's there somewhere? Okay. My question is, I've been pending somewhat since yesterday. First off, because of the damselfly apparently is limited to this particular area, yet it seems like the geographic or the terrain is very similar through that entire area. I'm curious as to why it's limited to that area, and perhaps one, could it be that there was the well there? Or my other real question is it because the cattle dairy rancher, the cattle were there at one point in time? Because I too have cows, and flies and cows definitely go together. So your enthusiasm for bugs has gotten me excited about all of these possible ideas. And I'm just kind of curious as to why such a insect or bug or what have you would address one area when the terrain is so similar in all those areas around there. What makes that area different and unique to all the other areas along that coastline that appear to be similar? That's my question.
I believe the reason the damselfly is present now is that it's a relic of the habitat that used to include all of the lowlands in breeding sites that were dark and margins of streams. It is a species that has been extirpated from all other habitats because of fishes being dumped in streams. So the seep that we have here at maximum might be an inch deep, or it might be a footprint of a pig that's 2 or 3 inches deep, but it eventually fills in. So it's not really suitable habitat for fish, and it could be someone tried to put guppies in there before and they couldn't make it. So it's exceptional. It's a very old seep, I believe, and I don't believe it was created by the dairy farm. The well was put there because it had a spring, and the farmers were trying to capture some of that water so they wouldn't have to carry water so far to keep cows up on those slopes.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you very much.
Anything else, Commissioner Cabral?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Montgomery. I probably have learned more about damselflies than I ever had anticipated, but thank you for your testimony. I just have two questions. One, the proposed avoidance and minimization measures that you outlined, one, your oral testimony, as well as one that's included in your written testimony. Do you know whether the petitioner is willing to accept those measures as part of a land use LUC condition?
We've been discussing many drafts and gone through, I'd say, 10 different versions as I've put together things, and you'll have to ask that question about whether the landowner accepts it to him directly. However, I accept them, and I think that that's what's needed to assure for the future of this Megalodon species that is listed. And I'm very confident that we can make sure it's there forever.
Thank you. So based upon your expert opinion, since you've been qualified, you believe that with the implementation of these avoidance and minimization measures, that the damselfly habitat will be protected and may even be improved. Is that correct?
Yes, I do believe it would be improved. And in a sense, we're kind of lucky that it's still there as a relic of what formerly lived in the lowlands. People tell me about in the 40s and 50s, Makiki Valley, lower Makiki Stream, having the native Pinau Ula living over there, a related species in these 25 species. So it's a privilege to have something accessible. We don't have to go in a helicopter up in the top of the Kolau Mountains or take a 3-hour hike to see it. It's available here in the lowlands as a precious little relic population.
So am I correct that while this may be an artificial, the herringbone, you know, the particular minimization measures, similar to as you were describing, like at Tripler, those measures actually help to ensure that this population continues to exist in this area?
Yes, Tripler is something of a model here, which gave us the idea about an irrigation line to assure the water flow. In that case, it was a natural stream that had some let's say an intermittent stream with some plunge pools. It's a different species that we're dealing with over at Tripler. But yes, that's a very good model for what we can do here in the special situation of a dark-loving, shade-loving species that is really happy in these tiny, moist, shallow seeps.
Very good. That's the only questions that I have. Thank you so very much for your testimony, Dr. Montgomery.
Okay, commissioners. Are there further questions for Dr. Montgomery?
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Wong has a question.
Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Montgomery, for your testimony. Question regarding your mitigation measures, and well, let me take a step back. Have you ever worked with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for any other measures or plans?
No, I haven't had any contracts with them on such endangered species plans. I've read a lot of their publications in the Federal Register, for example, for the black-burn sphinx moth, and I've done studies about its presence in the Oahe wind power on East Maui, collecting data on its presence and making plans putting an access road in there, even though certain host plants were present that were used by this endangered species.
So I guess the question I have is on your mitigation measures, it's pretty much a plan. And do you think the U.S., in your opinion, believe the Fish and Wildlife Service will use it be satisfied with it to take care of the damselflies?
Yes, I believe they would be. And if they have suggestions for improvements, I'm open to hear them, and we'll get to that stage fairly soon, assuming this rezoning is completed.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Montgomery. Since about what month and year do you understand the landowner to have first become aware of the existence of the damselfly on the property?
I don't have those records close at hand, but it was roughly 2 years ago. I was contacted because they had heard at a neighborhood board meeting that nearby residents had found a damselfly they said was an endangered species. And not having seen this myself, I very quickly, within a few days, went over there to search for the sheep and the damselflies, and did find them after a couple of hours, and a couple of phone calls to my colleagues who were fellow entomologists who had expertise on this matter. So I can't give you the exact date, but about 2 years ago.
Okay, since that time, can you tell us of any actions the landowner has taken to protect and preserve the existing population of the damselfly?
Yes, I was authorized to remove the pile of brush that somebody who lives in the neighborhood, apparently, because there were things like coconut frond leaves, I mean, a whole pile of them that was like 15 feet in diameter and 3 feet high. The Wildlife Service biologists pointed out that this is blocking sunlight that feeds the algae, the limu, and the different gnats and bloodworms that are food for the damselfly naiads. So we cleared all that away, and the well area was being cracked by octopus trees that the roots were growing right in it and spreading it apart the way kind of banyan trees will split cement when they grow in the wrong place. So we've been collecting data on the presence and the damage of the feral pigs so that we can easily justify a hog fence. There was a camera that was put up. It was a remotely operated camera that did actually capture a photograph of a pig in this area of the seep. And it's also helped, I think, for security purposes, to let them know if there are trespassers that might be doing something like unauthorized activities on this habitat.
Was that the photo that I saw in the records of an individual who, if my recollection was correct, might have been giving a middle finger?
You know, I have no knowledge of such photograph, so I can't answer that question.
Oh, okay, well, I'm sorry, that's neither here nor there. Let me ask you this. If this petition were to be denied, have you received or do you know of any information which indicates the landowner's intention to continue to try to preserve or protect the habitat, or not preserve and protect the habitat if the petition is denied?
No, that's never been discussed. I'd be surprised if we got to that situation, because I just think that it's pretty clear from everything we presented that this endangered species will benefit from the development. And all things being considered, that scenario never entered my mind.
Okay, well, asking you the question about that scenario, do you have any information to indicate what the intentions as may have been communicated to you either directly or indirectly about what the intentions would be about protecting and preserving the damselfly habitat if the petition were to be denied?
No, I have no recollections, no information on that account. You'll have to address the property owners.
Do you have an opinion about the future of the damselfly population if this petition were to be denied by the Land Use Commission?
Wow. Well, we do know that the upland population in the Ko'olau Mountains, over 1,000 individuals and 17 different streams, those appear to be stable and robust. As far as this one, I could speculate, but I don't know what it would be worth. I believe in using the best available science, and I'll have to ponder on that, but right now I have really no response to offer.
Okay, that's fine. If you haven't formulated an opinion, I'm not trying to force you. Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Dr. Montgomery. What you explained was very, very educational. I'm sorry I didn't take entomology when I was at the University of Hawaii at Manoa.
It's never too late. I know a woman who took a class at age 92. She was the widow of the director of health.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioners, further questions of Dr. Montgomery? Dr. Montgomery, has a population viability analysis been done on this population?
On this particular population, on this property, population viable, no, that has not been done.
And I apologize if you can direct me if it's in your written testimony, but do you have an estimate of the overall population size of this population?
No, we don't. If we were to obtain a special permit and do a mark, release, and recapture experiment, it's possible to make an estimate. That kind of work was begun by the University of Hawaii biologists at the Lion Arboretum stream, Aihualama. And they had to discontinue it because when it was listed, they didn't have a permit. And they have some raw data that they're working up for more publications. And hopefully that'll be available. But no, I don't have any answer about the estimation of the population.
So as a general biological principle, however, small isolated populations can be subject to extirpation just through random demographics. Isn't that correct?
That's quite correct.
So as one way to answer Commissioner Okuda's question, that whether or not the LUC approves this project, and regardless of the kinds of management measures that the landowner does or does not, since just randomly in one generation, 3/4 of the population is male. And so the next generation shrinks as a result of that, or things like that. These things occur no matter what under any management regime, correct?
Yes, they do.
I have one other question for you. And I see there's a question from Commissioner Cabral. The other question I have for you is, you stated in your written summary that an incidental take permit was not required. But I want to understand, and maybe I misheard you, but I thought you said that, and I want to understand what the basis of that statement was, whether that was a statement of opinion, of expert opinion based on your role as an entomologist, based on your reading of the Endangered Species Act.
Well, it's based on all of these things. Because I believe that this project will result in an enhancement of the population, it will improve the conditions and increase the population number. And because of the water supply being guaranteed, I just see no basis as a scientist for a claim that there is incidental take happening if this project proceeds.
I think the question is, might incidental take happen? I believe the legal stand.
I can't conceive of how it would happen.
Okay, sorry, anything further?
From my end, your camera is frozen, Mr. Chairman.
For me also, this is Nancy. Frozen, and I'm not getting words from him at this moment.
Sorry, am I now?
Yes, I hear you
audible?
clearly.
Yeah, I have no idea why my internet connection suddenly destabilized. I haven't changed anything on my end. I apologize.
It might have been a solar sunspot or something.
Yeah. So
because you're hanging out at the beach now.
no, I continue to be in my bed in Manoa. Sorry, Dr. Montgomery, if we can go back, just to make sure I heard your answer and that everyone heard your answer. You stated, I believe, in response to my question that you don't see any scenario in which an incidental take could occur. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct, because the development does not overlap this habitat and because the water supply has been assured in two different ways.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Cabral.
Yes, I wanted to follow up really on, I think, the same conversation that Chairman Schreier has been going to, and also that fellow Commissioner Okuda was asking. I'm coming up with a conclusion, and correct me if I'm wrong, somewhat based on the fact that with proper oversight, the habitat at Tripler Hospital has been coexisting with, in a sense, development for 20-something years. That if this habitat here were to be properly taken care of, it might do better by having the landlord, the property owner, landlord, or some entity actually oversee its site, and that it might be in better shape than if it were to be left, in a sense, to the wild, because the wild would include the pigs and would include, in a sense, the neighbors throwing their rubbish and what have you. I mean, is that a proper conclusion on my part to think that proper care will better protect this habitat of the damselfly than just having it be ignored?
Yes, you heard me correctly. Here's a case where management and monitoring would have clear benefits for this relict population. We're lucky to have it in this era where everywhere else in the lowlands of Oahu, the species has been extirpated. So it's now in the summit of the Ko'olaus and at Hawaii Memorial Park, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Really appreciated and enjoyed your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Okuda. Followed by Commissioner Axon. Commissioner Okuda, you are muted.
Okay, this is Gary Okuda. Dr. Montgomery, as a follow-up to Commissioner Cabral's question and the chair's question, can your suggestions to enhance the population of the damselfly be implemented even if the cemetery is in fact not expanded?
Theoretically, yes, but you'll have to address that question to the property owner.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Axon.
Hello, Dr. Montgomery. I just have a quick question. It's just a follow-up of several questions that you answered. I'm just wondering what would have happened if after the discovery of these damsel flies, nobody contacted you or you haven't given authorization by the owner to do some mitigation on this one. What do you think would have happened to the colony?
Well, it may have declined somewhat. I believe that removing the compost pile over the waterway helped open it up to some sunlight and improve the feeding capabilities of the larva in the water. I haven't thought about that question. I do appreciate the fact that nearby residents noticed it and brought it to our attention, and we jumped on it and are doing the best we can so that it continues to have a future here. By the way, I admire your background there. Are you at the edge of the Waimea Kauai Pier?
No, this is a Philippine island.
Oh my goodness.
So I gathered that, the early intervention by you or by the owner saved this colony, saved these damsel flies?
I don't think I could say I saved it, but we're doing everything we can in the interim process to stabilize the situation. I'd love to get a fence built up there quickly, but until we get some boundary adjustments and get the go ahead in the conservation district, we can't really just run in and build a fence.
I understand. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Axon. Commissioners, are there further questions for Dr. Montgomery? Seeing none, redirect.
No redirect.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're done with Dr. Montgomery. Who is your next witness?
Our next witness is Dr. Steve Spengler, and he is he's listed by his own name.
Okay. Let me remove, let me remove Dr. Montgomery from the room. And let me bring on, sorry, is it Mr. or Dr. Spengler?
It's Dr. Spengler.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tabata. Dr. Spengler, when it's possible, if you can turn on your audio and video.
Mute, start video. There we go. Sorry. Okay. Hi.
There we go. Aloha. Good afternoon. I'm going to swear you in.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Steve, could you please describe for us your professional background?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is Dr. Steve Spengler, and I'm Vice President of Element Environmental, a consulting firm located here in IAEA.
You're at least by me, you're fading significantly in your audio.
Okay, let me turn up my
Same
volume.
here.
Can you hear me better now?
No.
Let me turn off.
You
Okay, can you hear me better now? I can't hear you either.
Some would say that's an advantage.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's very faint.
Okay, what can I do on my end?
Come closer to your computer, perhaps.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Far better.
Okay, sorry.
5 by 5.
Yeah, sorry, I was using cordless headphones because my speaker on my computer's blown, but that's okay.
Okay, Mr. Tabata.
Okay. I continue introducing myself?
Yes, Steve, could you please describe for us your professional background?
Yeah, hi. My name is Dr. Steve Spengler. I'm a Vice President of Element Environmental, a consulting firm located in IAEA. I have Bachelor of Science degrees in Chemistry and Geology from the University of California, Riverside and Santa Cruz, a master's degree in Geochemistry from the University of Hawaii, and a PhD in Hydrogeology from the University of Hawaii. I have over 30 years of experience conducting environmental and water resource projects here in Hawaii, Asia, the Middle East, and throughout the Pacific Rim.
Chair, we request that Dr. Spengler be qualified as an expert in the field of environmental hydrogeology.
Are there any objections from the parties?
It's too dark.
No objections from the city.
No objections from the state.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Seeing none? So qualified. Mr. Tabata.
Thank you. Steve, could you please summarize for us your written testimony?
Yes, I'm going to read a condensed version of my written testimony. Should take about 8 minutes, and then I'm going to show you some pictures that relate to my testimony. So here I go. My firm, Element Environmental, was retained by HHF planners to evaluate the proposed project's impact to water quality to the Kava Stream, which is located near the petition area. The stream's main course originates within the Hawaii State Veterans Cemetery and discharges into the southern portion of Kaneohe Bay. This stream is perennial due to base flow that originates from springs located throughout the watershed, including a spring located below the cemetery's base yard and maintenance facility. Ephemeral drainage ways within the petition area also carry site stormwater runoff towards the city's drainage system, serving the lower residential subdivision that eventually feeds into Kava Stream. We conducted stream flow and water quality monitoring of Kava Stream and its tributaries between December 11th, 2017 and February 20th, 2018. In order to monitor runoff from the proposed petition area, we installed a temporary cutthroat flume, which is a device which measures stream flow within a stream course, within the drainage way serving the Lapalu watershed about 200 feet Mauka of the city's Lapalu Street catchment basin. This flume allowed continuous monitoring of stormwater flow in the ephemeral drainage way. Manual and tipping rain gauges were also installed on the ridgeline above the watershed to record rainfall that fell along the ridgeline of the petition area during the study period. The volume of stream flow in the lower portions of Kava Stream was obtained from the USGS gauging station located across from Bayview Golf Course. Kava Stream is currently in violation of state water quality standards and listed on the State Department of Health's 303D list. Total maximum daily load, which is known as TMDL standards, which reflect the maximum pollutant amount a water body may receive, were established for the stream during a prior water quality study conducted by Oceanet in 2002 and which was later updated in 2005. TMDLs were established for nutrients, namely nitrogen and phosphorus, and total suspended solids in the stream. The TMDL study concluded that pollutants leaving the watershed could enhance unwanted algal growth within Kava Stream and Kaneohe Bay. During our 71-day monitoring period, an estimated 590.5 tons of total suspended solids, 5.7 tons of total nitrogen, and 2.9 tons of total phosphorus were entrained in water passing the USGS gauging station located just Mauka of Kaneohe Bay Drive and the Bayview Golf Course. The majority of sediment and nutrient loads were transported in the stream during 9 storm events that occurred during the monitoring period. While 82% of the stream flow occurred during these 9 storm events, 99.2% of the total suspended solids and phosphorus loads and 91.6% of the total nitrogen load occurred during these rainfall events.
Spengler,
Yes.
could you please slow down?
Oh, sure, sorry. This finding is consistent with previous USGS studies on Oahu that observed that a large storm event may deliver the equivalent of years and even decades of pollutant load received by coastal waters. Monitoring data collected from the Lapalu watershed indicate that the forested watershed contributed a disproportionately large amount of the total suspended solids and to a lesser degree nutrients that are discharging into Kaneohe Bay. Total suspended solid, total nitrogen, and total phosphorus concentrations measured in stormwater runoff leaving the Lapalu watershed were significantly higher than samples collected from elsewhere in the watershed, including the Parkway site that receives runoff from the existing Hawaii Memorial Park Cemetery. The runoff volume from this undeveloped forested watershed represented approximately 0.74% of the total water flow measured at the USGS Kava Stream gauging station during our monitoring period. However, the TSS load leaving the area, the Lapalu watershed area, represents about 31% of the total suspended solid load measured at the gauging station, indicating that this undeveloped forest portion of the petition area currently experiences high levels of erosion and sediment runoff during rainfall events. This watershed also contributed 4% and 1.9% respectively of the total nitrogen and total phosphorus mass measured at the USGS gauging station during the monitoring period. Now, we also looked for pesticides. A total of 42 stream and groundwater samples were collected and analyzed for glyphosate, diuron, and 2,4-D. Glyphosate was analyzed due to its widespread use and general ubiquity in the environment. Diuron and 2,4-D were analyzed due to the detection of these pesticides in a stormwater sample that was collected by the USGS from the newly installed USGS Kava Stream Station in 2017. Glyphosate, which is the active ingredient of the herbicide Roundup, was the most commonly detected pesticide with concentrations detected in 15 of 42 samples gathered. Diuron was detected in 7 of the 42 samples, while 2,4-D was only detected in a single sample. The estimated total mass of glyphosate in the roughly 17.6 million gallons of runoff produced during the 9 storm events within the monitoring period is estimated to be about 12.9 grams, or less than a tablespoon of glyphosate. Therefore, it can be concluded that impacts from pesticide runoff to Kaneohe Bay are currently minimal. Formaldehyde is a chemical used as part of the modern burial embalming process to temporarily prevent decomposition. Therefore, water samples were collected and analyzed to detect the presence of this chemical to address potential concerns with its leaching into perched groundwater from the veterans and existing Hawaii Memorial Park cemeteries. 4 perched groundwater samples were collected from a small spring outside of the Hawaii Memorial Park property in the hill slope situated below Hawaii Memorial Park's maintenance yard, and at the well located in the northwest corner of the cemetery expansion site. That's the well that feeds the damselflies. Formaldehyde was not detected in any of these samples at an analytical detection limit of 5 parts per billion. This is consistent with scientific studies that have found that the formaldehyde will biodegrade to low levels in a few days if released to water. In addition, the predominant degradation product of formaldehyde in the environment, namely formic acid, rapidly biodegrades in soils. In summary, The proposed project is expected to have an overall beneficial impact on the currently impaired water quality of Kava Stream. The water quality data collected during the study found that the area below the existing Hawaii Memorial Park Cemetery site had far lower total suspended solid and nutrient concentrations than were measured in runoff from the forested Laupalu watershed, which currently experiences significant erosion during large rainfall events. Cemetery expansion improvements would overall reduce existing site slopes, lowering the velocity of runoff and improving runoff infiltration within the newly developed areas within the Laupalu watershed. Turf grass landscaping and construction of retention basins would also allow increased rainfall infiltration, especially during smaller rainfall events, as well as capturing total suspended solids leaving the forested watershed. Implementation of these improvements should improve Kava Stream's water quality and TMDL by reducing the amount of total suspended solids and nutrients exiting this watershed and ultimately entering into Kaneohe Bay. So that concludes my written testimony. I do have a PowerPoint that I could show that will give you some ideas of the locations where we collected samples. So is it okay if I put on share screen?
Mr. Tabatas, you want your witness to do that?
If you could please authorize the witness to use share screen. And Dr. Spengler, when you your exhibit, could you please refer to the exhibit number?
It's exhibit SSA and SSB that were included in my written testimony.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Spengler, you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, Dr. Spengler's written testimony is petitioner's exhibit number 36.
Okay, I see my PDF. Can you see it? Let me see.
Not yet.
Okay.
Dr. Spengler, this is the court reporter. Can you please slow down?
Yeah, I apologize. I talk fast.
Yes,
I talk more slowly. Can you see this, what I'm sharing?
Not yet, no.
Okay, share screen. I'm hitting the green share screen button on my end. And it's seemingly not doing anything. I don't know what's going on there. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Oh. That looks like someone else's computer. That looks like Erickson's computer. Let's see. Okay. How about there? Now I can see you, Jonathan, while I'm seeing my PDF. Okay.
I'm not seeing.
Okay.
We'll give this half a minute more, and otherwise I'll ask you to orally summarize your points.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't really know what else I can do on my end, because right now you're just like in a minimal screen on mine. Let's see, how do I do that? Hide video, how do I do that? Exit, minimize video, there we go. Okay, so there's a green share screen button on the bottom, and I click it, and select the window. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I can share. Now, can you see it?
It is coming up, yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of go through these two exhibits that are in my written testimony. So I talked about the spring that was located below the maintenance facility. So we call it the Cascade Spring. So this is a spring of there's a lot of discussion with Tom Nance and some of the previous people about perched water. So this is showing basically perched water that's coming out of the water somewhere, coming out of the ground somewhere around here. And it forms a little spring and a little waterfall. So we collected a sample of groundwater, perched groundwater here for formaldehyde and nutrient analysis. And right next to this spring, there's this drainage culvert, which drains the Hawaii Memorial Park And this also has perched groundwater that infiltrates it. So there's about a gallon and a half a minute that flows out of this. We also sampled this. Now there's been a lot of discussion about the well that serves as source water to the damselfly. So we also collected, this is showing us a picture of us taking a sample out of the fractured well. You can see the top of the well casing has been fractured. The previous consultant described it. I guess this was broken up by an umbrella tree or something. So this is us collecting a groundwater sample. And then this actually is a picture showing the seep that everyone was talking about. And so that seep occurs just to the left of this dug well, and then slowly drains to the city and county drainage outlet right here. We actually in-house conducted the pesticide analysis using immunoassay methods. We do this in our office. This allows us to detect glyphosate, diuron, 2,4-D. We can also look for pharmaceuticals down to about 50 part per trillion level detection limits. So we can see really low levels of pesticides during the study. I'm going to go to the upper slide. So Kava Stream is a perennial stream. It originates from the Hawaii Memorial Cemetery, which is over here. And it also originates from that Cascade Spring, which is located, this is the Veterans Cemetery, excuse me. And then it also originates below the Hawaii Memorial Cemetery. So these are some flow measurements, the red dots that I made at various locations throughout the watershed after an extended dry period. So this is indicative of the volume of water that flows within the stream that's due to perched groundwater input to the stream. Now notice the Lopalu watershed into which the proposed expansion is going to occur is normally dry. There's normally no flow within that ephemeral stream basin. I would estimate that the water in that stream bed probably flows maybe 10 to 15 times per year on average. So it requires a fairly large, intense rainfall event to initiate enough runoff to initiate any kind of stream flow or overland flow to reach the retention or the city and county's box culvert, which is located below where we sampled. The parkway, I mentioned the parkway as being a place where we sampled for nutrients and TSS load as being indicative of the runoff that was leaving from the existing Hawaii Memorial Park, which is sort of located right here. And so you can see we measure under dry conditions about 25 gallons per minute, relatively low flow rates of perched groundwater that's inputting into the Kava Stream under dry conditions. And if you note, and this is where the USGS gauging station is. For those of you, I think we had a meeting at the Bayview Golf Course, and Bayview Golf Course has a putt-putt course, like a miniature golf course. So the USGS gauging station is located right across the street, Mauka, of that little putt-putt golf course. And you can see that the vast majority of the perched groundwater enters into the stream basically as it flows kind of adjacent. This is Castle High School, basically in the lower part of the watershed. It goes from like 86 and 64, so that's about 150 gallons a minute to 600 gallons a minute over a relatively short period of time. And that's all groundwater input. Now over here, I've got some pictures showing Kava Stream at different flow rates. So when we measure stream flow, we measure it in terms of CFS, which stands for cubic feet per second. So cubic feet per second is about 450 gallons a minute. So under standard low flow conditions in Kava Stream, when these kind of conditions are prevalent, you typically get 1 CFS or so. So under about 1 CFS, it would take about 8 seconds to fill a 55 gallon bucket with the flow here. As you go up, you can see that the water in the stream goes from being relatively clear, and as the flow rates increase, it steadily becomes more turbid, reflecting an increasingly higher total suspended sediment load. So the largest flow is the 744 CFS, which was taken on the 5th of February, 2018. To give you an idea of how much flow that is, if you imagine a typical backyard swimming pool, a 12 by 24 by 6 foot deep swimming pool, this amount of flow would fill that swimming pool in 2 seconds. And to give you an idea, the last storm event that we monitored before it destroyed our flume, the flow here at this Kava Stream gauging station went from 10 CFS, or about that, to 1,000 CFS in 15 minutes. A massive, steep hydrograph, which is indicative of what the waste stream flow here in Hawaii. That flow event that destroyed our flume, the rainfall intensity was 2.51 inches in 1 hour. And by comparison, the 10-year storm event is 2.94 inches. So there's that storm event, which actually conveyed the vast majority of the TSS that we measured during our monitoring period, probably reflected about a 5-year storm event. And then this is the big picture. This is what the actual runoff from the Laupalu watershed looks like. So it's very turbid chocolate brown. This over here, this is a picture of our flume. I don't know if you guys can see it. So we installed this wooden cutthroat flume that allowed us to monitor the runoff from the watershed during runoff events. And then it got collapsed. So at the peak storm, when it went to 1,000 CFS, the height of the stream was 1.5 feet above the top of our flume. And the flume didn't collapse because of that. It collapsed because there was water coursing down to the side of the flume that ended up collapsing the flume. The point is, look at the turbidities. So this is a sample of the water that was put into a white bucket. So typically the total suspended sediment loads that you measure in the watershed under low flow conditions are about 1 milligram per liter. This is 3,000 to 4,000 milligrams per liter TSS. And so we were able to collect several samples during runoff events from the Laupalu watershed, which showed that, and this is why this forested watershed currently is contributing a disproportionately large amount of the TSS load that's ultimately entering into Kaneohe Bay during these large rainfall runoff events. That concludes my testimony. I can, you may shut this off.
Yes, please.
Let's see, how do I do that? Let's see, where's screen sharing? No, I don't want to, how do I do this? No, stop share. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Is there further direct, Mr. Tabata?
No, Dr. Spengler is available for cross.
Great. County.
Yeah, the city has a few questions. Dr. Spengler, thank you. Dwayne Pang for the City and County of Honolulu. Dr. Spengler, are you familiar with the preliminary grading plan that was prepared by Jamie Hirota?
Not intimately. I did read her testimony.
Do you know if after the grading has been done, it would affect the groundwater flow into Kava Stream?
You mean the stream flow, the runoff?
The runoff into the stream.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Will it affect it, either increase it or decrease it?
I could not quantify that. I've not done that analysis.
So you're not quite sure whether after the grading the water quality of Kava Stream would be affected?
No, I'm sure that the water quality in Kava Stream is going to be beneficially impacted by the proposed cemetery expansion. And that's basically because you can think of it, to think of it simple-mindedly, the portion of the watershed that's going to be converted from the currently forested watershed to cemetery land will not be contributing that chocolate brown type of runoff to the stream. The runoff from the cemetery lands is going to contain significantly lower levels of TSS than is currently being produced from that forested watershed, which is in the area where the expansion is going to occur. So the water quality will improve. Whether the total volume of runoff increases or decreases, I did not do that analysis.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Peng. Ms. Takeuchi Apuna,
No questions.
Mr. Yoshimori.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Spengler. I'm Grant Yoshimori, intervener. I had a question. Glyphosate, that's Roundup, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You said that there was glyphosate measured at 343 to 283, 2,831 ng per liter. I'm assuming that's nanograms per liter.
Those are parts per trillion. So yeah, up to like, so it's like 2 parts per billion.
Okay, so you found that in the Parkway water samples, and you attributed that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you attributed that to HMP's current cemetery. Is that right?
So we've done a lot of subsequent sampling. I've published a couple of papers on glyphosate. It turns out that the vast majority of the glyphosate that's discharging from the Kava watershed is actually originating from the residential communities.
Okay. On page 7 through 8 of your written testimony, it says that it suggests, quote, suggests input of glyphosate in stream from HMP cemetery is similar to lower residents.
Yes, and
is that different?
That's different from base. I mean, we've subsequently done more sampling, and I can now definitively say that the west side of the residential area, for some reason, produces a disproportionate amount of the glyphosate that's entering into the stream.
So none of the glyphosate that you're seeing is coming from Hawaiian Memorial, or some of it?
I wouldn't say none of it, but I would say that it seems that the vast majority of it is occurring from the residential areas. And I have a low-tech way of evaluating glyphosate usage by looking at people's lawns. And when you see, like, you know, beautifully manicured monocultural, you know, mono-species lawns, that tend to be people that use a fair amount of glyphosate.
Thank you. So you found no glyphosate in the undeveloped area of the Lipalu flume. Was that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So existing conditions, you didn't find any glyphosate?
Existing conditions within
the Lipalu
forested watershed. Yeah, we did not detect glyphosate, right?
Yeah, thank you. You know, going back to Ms. Hirota's testimony, she had testified that during construction, they're going to be building these basins designed for a 2-year, 24-hour storm. And if a rain event occurs beyond that 2-year, 24-hour storm, say for example, like the one which destroyed the flumes that you had set up, right, would that increase the TMDL level in the Kava stream over the current levels?
So I think that the detention basin will get saturated, but it will still be collecting some fraction of the TSS that's leaving the cemetery site. And more importantly, the nature of the land on which that greater than 2-year storm event would be falling is less prone to erosion because it's been graded and the slopes have been reduced and it's, you know, basically planted in turf grass. So the total TSS loads I would expect once the cemetery is built, even under those flood conditions, would be less than it would occur under the existing undeveloped conditions.
Thank you. I guess I was referring more towards the during construction phase. She had mentioned that they'd be developing in 5-acre quantities. So during construction phase, if there was an event like that and the 2-year, 24-hour storm basins filled up, in the event like you had with the flume, would that increase the total TMDL?
Potentially, it would depend on the other types of BMPs that were installed during the course of construction.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Spengler. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm going to suggest that we take a break before we go into commissioner questions of Dr. Spengler, unless there's some indication that there's not a lot? Okay, it is 1:59. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, reconvene at 2:10 p.m. Okay, we're at 2:09 p.m. Is our audio working?
Can you hear me?
Now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's 2:10. We're back on the record confirming the presence of myself, Commissioner Okuda, Commissioner Cabral, Ohigashi, Axon, Giovanni, and Chang. And we were moving to cross by the commissioners of Dr. Spengler. Commissioners, questions for Dr. Spengler? Who wishes to go first?
Chair, this is
Commissioner Chang.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Spengler, for your testimony here today. I just had a very few follow-up questions. I wanted to confirm my understanding of your testimony. One, formaldehyde, you did not in your sampling, did not find formaldehyde in your samples?
Oh, I believe you're muted, Dr. Spengler. I am unmuting you. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, we did not detect formaldehyde, and we consciously sampled at locations where we felt that we had the highest probability of actually detecting formaldehyde, namely the perched aquifer.
And the other question I have is, I understand your testimony to be that the cemetery or Hawaiian Memorial, the proposed improvements, primarily through the landscaping, will actually improve the water quality of Kava Stream. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's the only questions that I had. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners. Commissioner Cabral.
Hard to get to all the buttons to raise my hand and then to unmute. You know, I'm old and technically challenged. Yeah, you know what? That question, thank you, Commissioner Chang. That question brought up a question in my mind. In your professional position, do you have like a set of ethical standards that you must comply with? So my question would be like, if I was going to hire you, could I tell you, because you just made reference to how you were really going to the locations where you might potentially find the greatest number of problems. So I'm going, well, that in a sense, if you're the detective, makes sense. Or could I potentially be the client and hire you and pay you to say, go to the places that you'll find no problems? So that's my question for the license that you have, or the standard by which, like as a realtor, you know, we're all realtors are swear to be ethical and honest and that. So I won't discuss that matter. But anyway, what is your kind of position on those type of things when you go? Are you always looking for where the problems might be? How does that work? If you could explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, yeah, of course. Well, I have my own ethical standards, and I wouldn't purposely obfuscate something if I didn't feel like it made scientific sense. In this case, Hellward Hastert Fee hired us and really gave us no, they didn't give us any guidance in terms of where they wanted us or not didn't want us to sample. So they relied on us and our professional judgment when they said that one of the community concerns was the potential of formaldehyde leaching from caskets into the, into the groundwater. Then we searched around, we found those springs located right down gradient of the existing cemetery. And we said, aha, this is the perfect place to look. If we're ever gonna see formaldehyde, you would see it here. So that's how we came to the conclusion of sampling those particular locations. And then the glyphosate, doing glyphosate was based on our findings. We were hired by the Surfrider Foundation the year before to do sampling throughout Kauai and Oahu. And it turns out when we sampled streams throughout the state of Hawaii, they all have glyphosate in them. So that led us to suggest to Halbert Hastert Fee, who then agreed to allow us to analyze the stream samples for glyphosate. And I said in my testimony, the reason we looked for the other two pesticides was the USGS had just recently installed that gauging station there, and they have a contract with the state of Hawaii to do pesticide analysis in streams throughout the state of Hawaii. And they've just by chance had sampled Kava Stream during a runoff event. And I looked at what they detected, and they didn't look for glyphosate, but they detected diuron and 2,4-D. And so because they detected that during that one runoff event, I suggested to Halbert Hastert Fee, we should also look for those pesticides, and they agreed. So that's, in the case of this project, that's how we came. And then the TMDL is driven by nitrogen and phosphorus and TSS. So that's why we collected samples from the stream in various locations within the watershed for those parameters.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you very much. That fascinating information. And I always comment that I live in Hilo, and I actually live sort of uphill in the Waikouka area, where I've had some floods that go outdo your photos there, that going by my front door practically.
Yeah.
So I am very familiar with rapid rain flow that I had a pothole in my driveway that my Yukon could have been buried in once after a flood in November 2000. So I can appreciate the strength of water. Thank you very much for the information.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cabral. Commissioners, further questions for Dr. Spengler? Any? Seeing none, Mr. Tabata, any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Spengler.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tabata, care to preview the rest of our afternoon for us?
Yes, the next two witnesses are Maya Legrand and Susan Burr, after which follow Todd Beeler, Matt Nakamoto, Rosanna Thurman, and Trisha Kehaulani Watson, Dr. Watson.
Okay, I suspect we're not going to get through all of those today unless they're very quick. What's your estimate?
I'm hopeful.
Okay.
Folks, give us 3 more hours. I think we'll finish.
I don't know that we can give you 3 more hours. I think we can give you at least a solid 2 more hours.
We're willing to try.
Okay. And commissioners, so I will note in regards to this, on the printed and circulated agenda, we do have executive session listed, but I've consulted with the executive officer, and there's not a strict urgency on that matter. So my preference would be to go through with as many witnesses as possible as we can today, given their availability and the availability of all the parties. Okay. Okay, let's do it to it, Mr. Tabata.
Our next witness is Maya Legrand, listed under HMP2.
I have promoted her to panelist.
There I am.
Aloha. Hi, aloha.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to swear you in, and then you'll provide your direct testimony and then be available for class. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Please proceed, Mr. Tabata.
Thank you. Maya, could you please provide for us your professional background?
Sure. I received a master's degree in botany from the University of Hawaii in Manoa. And I have had a biological consulting firm specializing in botanical resources and have an expertise in native Hawaiian plants, conservation biology, tropical and subtropical plants, and Hawaii ecosystem restoration. I've been doing this work for over 18 years and have had a wide range of projects and field locales throughout the Pacific and in the Hawaiian Islands, and have been recognized as an expert in the field of botany in front of the LUC, I think at least 4 times.
Thank you. We request that Ms. Legrand qualified as an expert in the field of botany.
Are there any objections from the parties?
City has no objections.
State has no objections.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? So qualified. Please continue, Mr. Tabata.
Maya, please summarize for us your written testimony.
Okay, I'm going to try to be very succinct since we're on a time frame. So the scope of our study was we were retained by HHF planners to conduct a botanical survey of the petition area and assess the proposed project's impacts on botanical resources. The results of our study was that we didn't find any plants that are considered threatened, endangered, or species of concern. So there were no rare plants that we observed. The entire survey area is characterized by what we would call a lowland alien wet forest, which means it's dominated by introduced plant species. A total of 109 plant species were observed within the survey area. Of those, 91 are alien or introduced species. 7 are Polynesian introductions. And the native plants, there were 8 indigenous species observed and 3 endemic species. Endemic means basically they're only found in the Hawaiian Islands. In the cemetery expansion area, the primary vegetation is alien trees, vines, and shrubs and grass species. The understory, basically anything below the canopy of trees, small shrubs and ground covers, were really depauperate, which means there were areas where it was just bare ground. And then in other areas, there were things like small shrubs, grasses, and fern species growing as a ground cover. But the overall dominant understory would be like bare dirt. Let's see. I think I mentioned previously that there were 77 Polynesian introduced species and 8 indigenous and 3 endemic. In the planned cultural preserve area, there was a prior 2006 botanical survey that was done by our company. And at that time, the Heiau area had been maintained. So it had been cleared and you could actually see the Heiau itself. And the 2 koa trees, the 2 native koa trees that we found on the property are in that area and they look to be planted. So I don't think that they were actually naturally extant in the area. During the 2017 survey, looked like the maintenance of the Heiau area hadn't happened in a long time. So it was overrun by a lot of weedy plant species. The whole cultural area preserve, the planned area for the cultural preserve is dominated by tree species such as hau and Christmas berry with a thicker understory of Lawa'e fern in some areas. Let's see. So the proposed project, it would significantly alter the existing botanical resources in the area because of the extensive grading that's planned. The majority of the existing plant species displaced from the proposed grading activities would be non-native. Let's see, what else? The native plant populations, including the Ohia lehua and Akia and Ke'e population, would also be displaced due to grading activities. We did propose some mitigative measures, and they include collecting seeds or cuttings from extant indigenous and endemic plants, and also developing a preservation plan for the cultural preserve area, as well as an outplanting plan for the seep area to enhance the habitat for the native damselfly. That concludes my summary.
Ms. Legrand is across.
Thank you. City and County.
Good afternoon, Dr. Legrand. My name is Dwayne Pang. I'm with the City and County of Honolulu. I have a couple questions. On your written testimony, you've provided some proposed mitigation measures. Will you be involved? Have they asked you to be involved in implementing those mitigation measures?
Not directly, but there has been some discussion, and I'd be happy to be involved in the planning.
The City and County of Honolulu is requesting or recommending that there be a one-for-one replacement of large trees in that area. Is that feasible?
Yes, I think that the petitioner is willing to accept the recommendations from the DPP of replacing, basically, they suggested one-for-one replacement of trees with a diameter of 6 inches or greater.
Right.
So you would have to go through and do a count of 6 inches or greater and come up with a number. They also had talked about trying to use field stock trees, which in this case, because the majority of trees are non-native, I would actually recommend utilizing some of the native species that are extant there, but also bring in some appropriate species instead of just utilizing the non-native plant stock. But to answer your question, I think it's doable. It's just the number of trees is going to be large, and so you would have to find the areas in the cultural preserve and on the perimeters, which would actually add to the buffer for neighboring houses and then the rest of the cemetery.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Pang. Ms. Apuna.
No question.
Intervener, Mr. Yoshimori.
We have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioners. Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you for your testimony. So I realize that you have not done a comprehensive carbon footprint type greenhouse gas analysis for before and after the project might occur. But in general, would it be what would be your perspective on the impact and whether it would be significant if the deforestation occurs, but yet it's replaced on a tree by tree basis of trees greater than 6 inches?
First of all, that isn't my area of expertise. I'm actually a botanist that is more of a field botanist, and I recognize species. But in general, I would say the deforestation is going to be limited to just the petition area. So you're still going to have the majority of the hillside and that whole area still have the trees extant. So you're not losing, like, it's not like they're going in and clear cutting the entire area behind the cemetery and the whole hillside. So I would say that if it's a 1-for-1, you're not gonna have any net loss of trees if you're gonna be outplanting them as well. And the DPP, I think that they said in their Exhibit A2 that the replacement trees are not limited to the petition area. So being able to extend that outplanting area would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giovanni. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you very much, Maya, for your testimony. I just have a few questions. During the qualifications, you indicated that you have expertise in native Hawaiian plants. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you familiar with plants that are generally used for traditional customary practices?
Yes.
And in this particular area, what would those plants be, if you know?
So the only plants that are, so the native plants that would be utilized that are on the property right now would probably just be the Ohia lehua. It's limited, so there's less than a handful of those trees within the petition area. And then there's Akia, which is another native plant, and it can be utilized for fishing, and because it has a poisonous element to it. Then there's some non-native plants that are widely used for traditional practices. And I think Lawa'e fern is one that has been mentioned and one that is collected from the area.
Okay. And thank you for that. And so in the cultural preserve is where, as I understand it, they're gonna, there won't be, removal of many of the vegetation. Is there a good sampling of these native plants within the cultural preserve as opposed to the area that's going to be developed?
Yes. So in the cultural preserve is where most of the Lawa'e fern is located. So therefore it will be preserved. There are populations in the area that is to be modified. But in my opinion, I saw the bulk of it within the cultural preserve area. The other native plants could be moved into the area. There's very few of the native plants that they're using, that they utilize for cultural practices.
That are, okay, so I guess that's my next question, that the area that's being proposed to be developed, would there, in your opinion, be any adverse impacts to traditional customary practices by removing those plants?
No.
Okay. That you feel there's sufficient one, existing native plants or plants used for traditional customary practices within the cultural preserve, is that correct?
I do think that there's efficient plants within the preserve, but I also think that outplanting and utilizing a plan to increase the number in the cultural preserve would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. And you also indicated that there may be, as part of mitigation, even outside of the petition area, the petitioner has indicated a willingness to use native plants. Was that your testimony? So outside of the petition area, for example, in the other parts of the landscaping of Hawaiian Memorial Park, that they would be willing to utilize native plants.
I haven't had a specific conversation with them about the native plant aspect, but my recommendation would be to utilize both non-native and native plants, because sometimes it's appropriate to use natives and sometimes it isn't, but I'm sure they would be willing to utilize native plants if it's part of a plan. I don't see any reason that they would not want to do that.
Have you had any specific discussions with the petitioner regarding those recommendations?
Not specifically about that, not in my recollection, but I guess I can't like attest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a future design issue that I think that if I was part of it, or if part of the planning, I would definitely recommend some native plants. And, you know, some of the, like Dr. Montgomery and I have discussed the plants that would be appropriate for improving the seep habitat, and those would be native. So right now that area, unfortunately, is mostly non-native invasive species that aren't great for native animal habitat. So we've had discussions about utilizing native plants in that area for sure.
Okay, if I was to give you your wish that if the Land Use Commission was to adopt specific recommendations as part of the LUC approval, and I am in no way predetermining the outcome, but what would be your specific recommendations for purposes of addressing issues related to native plants and the replanting? What would be some specific recommendations that you would like to see as conditions?
First and foremost, I think we would look at recommending taking air layers and seed samples from some of the ohia trees that are existing on the property now, as well as seeds and cuttings from the acacia. And then there's the sea bean or ka'e'e, which is an indigenous species in Hawaii, but it's not very widespread anymore. There's some really nice plants on the property and really old vines. So I would recommend moving the vines themselves, but also going in and trying to collect seeds for growing later. And then on the next level would be conferring with native plant growers that know the area, and we could recommend work together to suggest a list of species that would be appropriate for the area, as like within the cemetery area as well as outside of the cemetery area. And yeah, just an overall landscape plan that would include all of that would be great.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. I appreciate your testimony. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, are there any further questions for Ms. LeGrand? Oh, Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. LeGrand. You know, when I was back in school a long time ago, we learned that I guess trees and plants help with, you know, catching water for the watershed. Now, if we put native plants instead of the invasive plants, how will that affect the water flow for the fly, you know, the dragonfly, what we was just talking about?
Damselfly, yeah. Okay, so yeah, correct. Tree species are really important, especially in Hawaii, for collecting what we call, it's like when in Mauka areas where the mist comes through, it catches droplets of water and then it can percolate down. But that only works if there's ground cover. So a tree specifically doesn't necessarily help the rain get down, you know, to the groundwater, because you need all the elements. So non-native plant species like what you have at the petition area right now, those non-native plant species make it really shaded underneath, and so nothing else can grow on the ground, which makes all that runoff happen. So when you design an area to, I guess I can't speak to the engineering part of it, but if you design the landscaping plan so that you have the different elements, you have the trees, and then you also have understory that works with it, then it can capture that rainfall without runoff and it can percolate into the ground. Does that answer your question, kind of?
So I'm looking at your mitigation, and it appears that it will assist in the percolation process to help the fly, the damselfly, the damsel, whatever that's called.
Yeah, so the damselfly habitat right now is in an understory of octopus trees. So you wouldn't necessarily go in and cut them all down because they like the shade, but you could start improving the habitat by planting some native shrubs that would help stabilize the area. Does that make sense?
Yes. So the other thing I have is we had issues regarding rock falls, possible rock falls and mitigation. Would the native plants assist in reducing the rock falls? You can say yes, no, or I don't know.
I think I'm going to defer that to somebody who knows more about rockfall mitigation.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wong. Are there further questions, commissioners? For Ms. Legrand. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Legrand. Oh, redirect, Mr. Tabata.
Oh, no redirect, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Legrand.
Thank you.
Next up.
Next witness is Susan Burr under HMP 2.
Okay, so I think the camera might go rolling, and here she is. Good afternoon, Ms. Ms. Burr, Dr. Burr?
Ms. Burr.
Ms. Burr. I'm going to swear you in, then Mr. Tabata will lead you through your direct. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Tabata.
Thank you. Susan, could you please describe for us your professional background?
I am a vice president with ECOS, an environmental consulting firm that does business in Hawaii and throughout the Pacific Basin. I am an environmental scientist and I specialize in aquatic biology. At ECOS, I've been project manager for about 300 projects dealing with marine and freshwater biology, wetland delineations, jurisdictional determinations, and mitigation and restoration projects.
Thank you. We request that Ms. Burr be qualified as an expert in the field of environmental science.
Care to be more specific, Mr. Tabata?
Yes, with the emphasis on jurisdictional waters determination.
Okay. Any objections, parties?
No objections from the city.
No objection from the state.
No objections from interveners.
Commissioners? Seeing none, so qualified. Please continue.
Susan, could you please summarize for us your written testimony?
ECOS was hired by HHFM planners to conduct a survey of surface water features associated with a seep in the western drainage way. We were asked to conduct a wetland delineation and also to make a jurisdictional determination of other aquatic features in the area. So we made our assessment based on jurisdiction authorized under the Clean Water Act and Army Corps of Engineers policy. The results of the survey are included as Figure 8 in Appendix O in the final environmental impact statement, and also Exhibit 37 for this testimony. We were also requested to make a preliminary assessment of the drainage way in the eastern portion of the area. we call that the Palu Channel. And the results of that survey are included as figure 2 in the memo in Appendix O of the final environmental impact statement, and also as Exhibit 37. Our surveys were conducted in 2018 and 2019, and they were consistent with the Clean Water Act rules defining what constitutes waters of the US that were in existence at that time. Just this year, Army Corps and the United States Environmental Protection Agency published new rules defining what constitutes waters of the US. And they're significantly different than when we conducted our initial assessment. So in my testimony today, I'll discuss the results of our surveys based on the rules that were in existence at the time, and also discuss how they will have changed with the new rules that will be implemented later this month. So we made our jurisdictional determination. That is a preliminary assessment. We were tasked with making that assessment to aid in the design and planning of this project to best minimize and avoid impacts to waters of the US. Ultimately, it's the Army Corps of Engineers that is responsible for making the final determination. So when Hawaiian Memorial Park is ready to initiate construction, they will go to the Army Corps of Engineers for an official jurisdictional determination. Jurisdictional waters that are jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act are also called waters of the US. They include all tidal waters, territorial seas, interstate waters, and a subset of streams, lakes, reservoirs, and wetlands. In the case of Hawaiian Memorial Park, with this project, we made a wetland determination, and we also characterized the seep channel, and other aquatic features. And finally, we delineate the boundaries of what we determined to be jurisdictional waters. The definition of waters of the US that we followed when we conducted our survey were under what was called the Clean Water Rule. The Clean Water Rule defined streams that are jurisdictional as streams that had a connection to other waters of the US, and the streams also needed to have physical indicators of flow, such as bed and banks and ordinary high water mark. The most significant change that's been brought about the new definition of waters of the US is that ephemeral streams are now specifically excluded from jurisdiction under the Clean Water Act. So I would like to bring up Exhibit 37. If I can share screen, I'll do that now.
You should be authorized to do so.
Okay, so this is sort of the larger overview of both of the drainage ways that we looked at. Over here is the western drainage way, and this is the eastern drainage way. So I'll start my discussion here at the western drainage way. So I'll just zoom in.
For the record, Chair, this is from the final EIS petitioners Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is the western drainage way. As you can see, well, you can't really see here, but where my little hand is, that's the start of the seep channel. As you can see, it's a little bit of a braided channel. It connects here with what we call the incised channel. And both incised channel and the seep channel enter the city and county's stormwater drain system here at the end of Oahaha Place. The storm drain system connects to Kava Stream, which ultimately discharges into Kaneohe Bay. So we started out our assessment in this area looking for wetlands. So we completed a wetland data determination point in the area that, based on topography, was most likely to be a wetland, and we did not find evidence of wetland soils, wetland vegetation, or wetland hydrology. We next focused our attention on the seep and the seep channel. We found that it was best to characterize the seep channel as a stream rather than a wetland, because the channel has been carved by flowing water, and the vegetation occupied less than 5% of the channel. So it would be considered to be a stream. We also then turned our attention to the incised channel. So the incised channel is fed by these gullies or rills across the upland, and these two channels converge into a single channel. And then at this point, which is 118 feet upslope from the confluence with the seep channel, we began to see physical evidence of flow and bed and banks. And so at the time of our survey, we determined that from this point downslope and the seep channel downslope would be considered to be jurisdictional waters. Okay, so we were then, after we conducted that survey, we were tasked with making a preliminary assessment as to whether or not the channel in the eastern drainage way, what we call the Palu channel, would be considered jurisdictional. So what we found over here was basically 3 branches of a stream that converged and ultimately discharged into the city and county storm drain system here at the end of Palu Street. Like the western drainage way, the city and county stormwater system enters into Kava Stream, which ultimately discharges into Kaneohe Bay. So throughout this channel, in all 3 branches, we found discontinuous indicators of flow and bed and banks. So what we did was we marked the uppermost point on these branches of where we did find these physical indicators of flow, as shown here in the dark blue features. So when we made our assessment in 2019, we concluded that the seep channel and a portion of the incised channel and these blue sections of the Palu channel would be considered to be jurisdictional under the Clean Water Act. The new rules that go into effect later this month specifically exclude ephemeral streams. So all of the Palu channel will no longer be considered to be waters of the US. And most of the incised channel would not be waters of the US, but the seep channel and the lower portion of the incised channel would still be considered waters of the US. So what this means is that if the landowner proposes an activity such as grading or fill into the waters of the US that we identified here, they would need to get a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers authorized under the Clean Water Act. That's called a Section 404 permit, and associated with that would they would need a water quality certification from the Department of Health. But as I said earlier, ultimately it's the Army Corps of Engineers' purview to make this determination. So prior to construction, the HMP would submit our report and their project plans to the Corps for their determination. So that's the end of my testimony.
Thank you. Burr is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Burr, City and County.
Excuse me, the city has no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Apuna.
No questions.
Mr. Yoshimori.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners?
Trying to raise my hand.
Okay, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Couldn't raise my hand.
It's okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burr. I appreciate your testimony. So I just want to clarify, you have made a, you've made a preliminary determination of jurisdiction, but ultimately your statement is that that is really the purview of the Army Corps of Engineers. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Has there been preliminary consultation with the Army Corps of Engineers regarding this project?
I have not consulted with them, and I don't know if anyone else has.
So under the EIS that was prepared, the preliminary determination, or let me ask you this question. So when the EIS was prepared, ACOS made a preliminary determination that there was, well, what determination did you make? What preliminary determination did you make?
We, as published in the EIS, we made a determination that the seep channel and a portion of the incised channel would be considered to be waters of the U.S.
Okay. Okay. And under the new rules, what would be the change of that preliminary determination, if any?
Only the very lower portion of the incised channel in the Western Drainage Way and the seep channel would be waters of the U.S. So the larger incised channel would no longer be waters of the U.S. And Lipalu channel would also not be considered waters of the U.S.
Okay. And so I'm just trying to see what impact, if any, did your preliminary determination have on the EIS? So for example, Department of Health reviews, the City and County of Honolulu, SMA, were there any regulatory issues or changes that may have been impacted by the preliminary determination of jurisdiction, that either something wasn't considered or something was considered? Do you understand the question I'm asking?
I do, but I'm not involved in the EIS process for this project, so I really don't know what comments have been made or not made.
Okay, that's interesting. So you somewhat worked in a vacuum, in the sense that you were just looking at jurisdictional determinations of the waters, but on the other hand, but you weren't part of the, I guess, the EIS management team that looked at impacts of your preliminary determination on other regulatory reviews.
Correct. We were just hired by HHF to make this jurisdictional determination, and then they used our report to prepare the EIS.
Okay. Have you read the EIS?
I have read some portions of it.
Do you know whether, based upon what you read, do you know whether the planners, HHF, relied upon your preliminary determination or jurisdictional determination to include or not include other regulatory agencies? Again, the the SMA or Department of Ag?
I do not know how HHF planners used our information in the EIS.
Okay. And you also mentioned that the Army Corps has recently adopted new rules regarding ephemeral streams. Is it your understanding that the rules that would apply if and when Hawaiian Memorial Park proceeds, it is the rules that exist at that time, not at the time they submitted their EIS? It's when they submit their specific project?
Correct. It's when they submit their information to the Army Corps to make the jurisdictional determination, the Army Corps will use the rules that are in existence at the time that that's done.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Are there any other questions from the commissioners for Ms. Burr? I don't believe I see any. Is there any redirect, Mr. Tabata?
Yes, let me try to ask a question or two. Ms. Burr, the determination or the preliminary determination that you made was that those waterways you pointed out are jurisdictional, correct?
Correct.
And the ramification of that, of the eventual determination of that question will, if it's in the affirmative that it is jurisdictional, then the result of that will be we will need a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. Is that correct?
Correct. To place fill in the waters, you will need a permit.
Correct. If there is going to be any building in those areas.
Correct.
Okay. And that was a purpose for your report.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. I'm going to suggest we take one more break before we proceed on. 3:01, reconvene at 3:11. Who are your next witnesses?
Yes, for our next witness will be Todd Beeler at HMP2, and his examination will be conducted by Ben Matsubara.
Okay, let's reconvene while it's now 3:02. At 3:12. Okay, it's 3:11. So I'll go back on video. Okay, I think it is 3:12 and confirming for the record that we have Commissioners Okuda, oh, no, Cabral. You're missing Commissioner Cabral. We have Commissioners Okuda, Ohigashi, Axon, Chang, Apuna, excuse me, Giovanni. Haven't promoted you to Commissioner. But we're waiting Commissioner Cabral. And we have our next witness in front of us as well.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Beeler is there.
Okay. Welcome back, Mr. Matsubara.
Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Cabral has joined us. So we have all 8 of our commissioners, including Commissioner Wong, who's with the staff. I will swear you in, and then you can begin on your direct testimony, Mr. Beeler. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Please proceed, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you state your name and business address, please?
You bet. My name is Todd Byler. I'm president and owner of Senseo Avian Acoustics, located at 155 Hamakua Drive, Suite C in Kailua.
Mr. Byler, what's your area of specialty?
Area of specialty is acoustical engineering and conducting and completing environmental noise assessments.
Now, you have previously been qualified as an expert before the Land Use Commission, have you not?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Chair, I'd like to have Mr. Beeler again qualified as an expert in acoustics and conducting and completing environmental noise assessments.
I heard your witness correct. It's Mr. Byler, so I'd be willing to confirm him as an expert. Any objections from the parties?
No objections.
Cindy?
Mr. Byler.
I'm sorry, no objection.
Okay, intervener.
No objections.
Commissioners. So confirmed. Thank you. Please continue.
Mr. Byler, could you identify the potential noise impacts to the area surrounding the petition area due to the project construction, the increase in vehicular traffic on nearby roads, and long-term operation of the future cemetery expansion?
Yes.
Now, you've prepared written testimony addressing that points, have you not?
That is correct, yes.
And that testimony has been marked and identified as Exhibit 40. Now, could I ask you to summarize Exhibit 40? Since the commissioners have already been provided copies of that exhibit, so your summary should be sufficient.
Okay, great. Yes, and I will like to share screen at some point. I'm not quite ready there, but just kind of advance notice. Senseo was retained by HHF planners to conduct the noise study and evaluate the noise impacts. We began our noise study by conducting noise measurements of the existing ambient environment. Those noise measurements included one long-term measurement, and actually it might be good to bring up that share screen.
You should be authorized to do so. There we go.
Okay, great.
The exhibit on share screen is also attached to Mr. Byler's testimony, Exhibit 40, as TV Exhibit A.
And I know it's a little hard to see. There's a lot of information on here, so if we need to zoom in, I can certainly do that. But as I was mentioning, we conducted noise measurements at one long-term location, which is right here, noted by L1, at the Ocean View Gardens. We measured sound continuously for 6 days in the fall of 2017. The results from the noise measurements were a daytime average sound level of 54 dBA and a nighttime sound level, average sound level of 47 dBA. We also conducted noise measurements, short-term noise measurements, which were about 20 minutes in duration at each of the locations in the graph shown by S1, S2, S3, and S4. At those locations, or at the noisiest location was along Cam Highway at S1 near the entrance to the Hawaiian Memorial Park. And that noise level, we measured 70 dBA at that location, the dominant noise source, of course, being the highway. We measured at S2, was at the Ocean View Gardens, we measured a sound level of 48 dBA. The next phase of our noise study included predictions of future sound levels due to construction noise activities. We predicted sound levels at 7 locations. Kind of zoom in a little bit here. So you can see that at these 7 locations, we predicted sound levels, future sound levels due to construction activities. For the purposes of the noise study, we divided the project construction phases into 2 main phases, an earthwork phase and a post-earthwork phase. The earthwork phase is certainly the noisiest of those phases. And for our analysis, we assumed 3 breakers, 3 tractors, 3 scrapers, and 3 haulers or trucks were operating simultaneously. For the post-earthwork phase, we assume 2 backhoes and 1 paver was operating simultaneously. Looking at the worst case scenario for noise transmission during that earthwork phase, at some of the residences that are farther away, at 470 feet, we're predicting a sound level of 74 dBA. At the closest distance, at only 85 feet from the earthwork boundary, we're predicting a sound level of 91 dBA. Noise is a function of distance, and a rule of thumb that we often use is if you double the distance, the sound level will drop 6 dB. So if you are at 100 feet and you go to 200 feet, it drops 6 dB. If you go from 200 feet to 400 feet, it's another 6 dB reduction in sound level. And a 10 decibel reduction in sound level is considered to be about half as loud to the average listener. We also assessed the potential of construction-induced vibration into the ground. Based on the activities, especially during the earthwork phase with hydraulic rams, we believe that construction vibration will be felt and possibly annoying at some times. However, when it comes to the risk of structural damage, we would consider if that activity was to happen within 50 feet or less, then there could be a risk of structural damage. If that activity was happening within 50 feet to 100 feet of the structure, then that's, care should be taken, and things like monitoring are often recommended. However, at the 150-foot buffer that we have for this project, we believe that the risk of vibration causing any damage is outside the normal zone of risk, if you will. Our noise study also included some recommendations for reducing the noise impact. And these include scheduling of the construction activities to be during non-sleeping hours, during the daytime, use of mufflers on engine and motorized equipment, making sure the equipment is well balanced, We also recommend using adjustable backup alarms on some of the vehicles, which that basically assess, the adjustable backup alarm can be adjusted based on the ambient noise environment. We recommend that the staging area for construction be located as far away from the homes as possible. And if necessary, temporary barriers could be used around noisy activities to block the line of sight between the noise source and the noise receiver, which is very helpful for reducing sound levels. So that's a summary of my written testimony.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Beeler. Mr. Beeler is available for cross-examination, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. City and County.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber. This is Dwayne Pang, City and County of Honolulu. In your written testimony on page 3, you indicated that you use the FDA construction guidelines.
That's correct. Yes, yes.
And based on the exhibit that you provided during construction, the noise levels all met the FDA guidelines?
Yeah, it's I guess I would say it this way, the sound source data that's included with the FTA guidelines was used as the noise source sound levels in our noise assessment and predictions.
And you also indicated that the state DOH does not have those quantifying noise levels. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. And it would be the State Department of Health to regulate the noise during construction?
That's correct.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. Office of Planning.
No questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Apuna. Mr. Yoshimori, intervener.
Hello, Mr. Beeler. My name is Grant Yoshimori. I'm an intervener. I just had a couple questions. The tables that you were showing of the estimated noise levels during construction, is that with or without the mitigations that you had mentioned?
That is without any mitigation. I mean, some of those are, also common practice to have a muffler on an engine, for example.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing a table that had, I guess, with mitigation. Is there such a table?
No, we did not do predictions of sound levels with mitigation. We just did kind of a worst case scenario of without mitigation.
What is the expected duration of those sound levels that you had put during the noise, earthwork bays?
I believe someone might be better to answer that question, as far as that it would be, through the earthwork phase. I do not know the answer how long that earthwork phase may last. However, I will say that our predictions were based on the worst case scenario of the construction vehicles being as close as possible to the homes. So it'd be at the edge of the earthwork boundary. So construction activities that are further away from the edge of the boundary would be less than those predicted.
Thank you. And at what level, what decibel level, I'm assuming that's what dBA stands for, at what decibel level is it considered harmful to hearing?
Well, it depends on the duration of the event. So, rock concerts can be, 100 decibel, 105 decibel at the sound mix position. Other activities certainly can cause, there's lots of activities that can cause hearing damage, but the sort of the medical aspect of hearing loss is outside of my area of expertise.
So you don't know what the recommended dangerous level would be? I was just Googling and I saw 85% or 85 decibels.
There are some guidelines when it comes to workplace noise. So for example, OSHA has some guidelines for a work environment, and those regulations state that for 8 hours of continuous sound level at 85 dBA, they recommend starting some kind of hearing program, hearing conservation program, or monitoring at a sound level of 90 dBA for an 8-hour continuous day as an average exposure that hearing protection is recommended.
There were a couple, I think particularly around my house, that was over that threshold. And I'm assuming it's going to be during construction. Should I be worried?
I don't believe, I don't know if I'd be a right one to ask that as far as your worry.
Okay.
Mr. Matsubara, is there another witness who would be able to answer the intervener's question?
In terms of the construction schedule and the duration of various phases of construction, is that what the question you're interested in?
Yes. Well, how long, I was assuming that I guess how long the construction is going to be and what the estimated decibel levels are going to be. And if it's going to be, if I will see that at my home. And if it's dangerous to me.
Well, Mr. can answer what the noise level will be. And I would have to check with my civil engineer to determine the phase of construction and how long the grading would take and the excavation would take. So I would need to have a conversation with the civil engineer in that regard. But if there's a way of telling you how long the excavation will take, I can provide that.
Perhaps not today, but when we next gather.
Right. I mean, the DOH, the state issues the noise permit. DOH does. And the noise permit doesn't limit the level of sound. It just determines when it can occur. So you get the permit and you're told that you can only operate within certain time periods without a limitation on the decibels, assuming that, it could be on and off, et cetera, and so on. So that's another factor to consider, in that there is not a limitation under the state permit, just as to when the operations can occur.
You can continue with your cross, Mr. Yoshimori.
Okay, actually, that is my last question. So thank you, Mr. Beeler. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, Commissioner Giovanni.
Thank you, Chair. So I would like to disagree with you, Mr. Tabata, about the noise permit. To my experience, it does include a dBA level that is allowable during periods of construction and during periods of non-construction. And it does relate to times of day as well. So I ask that you follow up and report back to the commission with more detail on that, if you don't mind.
I will. I was just taking it from the testimony provided on page 5 relating to mitigation measures for construction of noise. And I was relying on the information provided there to answer your question. Unless Mr. Beeler, you could correct me and answer the question Commissioner Giovanni has.
It's been my experience that the noise limits that are suggested in the state noise regulation are for often referred to for stationary mechanical equipment or similar devices. So it wouldn't apply to your car noise or your neighbor's stereo or something like that. It's just for stationary mechanical equipment, I believe is the phrasing that's used. It's been my experience as well, working with the DOH on projects that measurements, I guess part of the reason for a construction noise permit basically says we're going to make more noise than what the state noise regulation is. Therefore, we're asking for a permit to do that. And it has been my experience as well that the limitation is more on the hours of when you can exceed that noise limit versus what's the maximum noise level that you can produce.
To my experience, it has been both. There is a normal noise limit for the operation of an industrial site, but during periods of construction, you can get a permit for exceeding those limits for construction periods of time, just as you say. But I am familiar with permits that do have some upper limit as well for even during those periods. So I suggest that you just kind of follow up on that and report back to us on that. Along the same lines, you referred to Mr. Pang that in his question about who would be responsible for assuring compliance, and that you implied that it would be regulated by the Department of Health. And I wonder if you could expand a little bit what you mean by regulated, and let me tell you what I mean. Noise compliance with, or compliance with noise permits, and many times is done on a response to a complaint basis, as opposed to continuous monitoring and triggering of non-compliance. So for example, in my experience, if there was a Department of Health, a complaint to the Department of Health, for example, if somebody lived in the neighborhood and was concerned about the level of noise, they could file a complaint, and then the DOH would respond to that complaint and investigate and make a determination. But that's different than just regulating it on a proactive basis. Is that your perspective as well, or is yours different?
Is that question, sorry, was that question for me? I'm just.
It's for you, yes.
Yes, okay, yes, yeah. That's, exactly, I've had the exact same experience, yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner
Giovanni.
I'm sorry, I think I was speaking over you, Mr. Matsubara.
Yes, I just wanted to inform Commissioner Giovanni that I will work with Mr. Beeler to address the questions he had and raised a few minutes ago.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt. Commissioners, Commissioner Chang, followed by Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Byler, is that correct? Byler?
That's correct, yes.
So I just have a few questions. Is there contemplation of nighttime construction work that would require a noise permit? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And your analysis, what kind of construction equipment was that based upon?
So that was based on, let's see, I had it listed here. I just want to make sure I get it right. During that noisy phase, total 12 vehicles operating simultaneously. So we have 3 breakers, 3 tractors, 3 scrapers, and then 3 trucks and haulers.
Okay.
Trucks and haulers. So all operating at the same time.
Okay. And do you know whether, now in one particular area of the proposed construction, the proposed project, they're going to have to cut approximately 100 feet off of that slope. Do you know what kind of equipment they're going to use for that?
My understanding is that they would be using breakers and hydraulic rams to do a good portion of that construction activity.
So, and I'm not a construction, I'm not really familiar with the construction operations, but a hydraulic ram. Now, is that going to cause vibration?
Yes, it will cause vibration. Yeah. It's an impact to the ground, to the rock, to break it up.
Do you know whether that vibration will cause, or what's the area of potential effect with that vibration? Do you?
Yep. So we would consider structures that are within 50 feet of that hydraulic ram, activity to be at a risk of structural damage. And so, at close distances basically is where that really becomes an issue for structural damage. So, we're well at a much farther distance than 50 feet between the homes or any structures.
Is there a potential for any, I don't have a map before me, so I can't tell the distance between the proposed construction, and what about any of the existing, for example, cemetery plots, any of the subsurface, features, the coffins or anything? Is there any potential effect to that by the vibration?
We did not assess that as part of our consideration. Again, it would at close range. I guess it could be a consideration, but I don't know exactly where those plots are going to be done and how those. So that may be a better question for someone.
And it's not so much new plots, but it's existing plots or existing features. I know that there's always concerns for subsurface, impacts to subsurface, especially potential to, and I'm not saying there's necessarily any burials, native Hawaiian burials in this area, but we're always concerned about vibration that may cause impacts to subsurface, whether they're features or remains. So it might be helpful if you did take a look at, what would be the zone of impacts on that vibration, even to any of the habitats or any of the existing structures, because I have to believe removal of that much material, and they're not proposing to use, they're only proposing to just use equipment to excavate or to remove the slope. You're not aware of them using any other kind of method to remove the slope.
That's correct. Yep. Yep, that's correct. And I'm not aware of any other ways. I assume you mean by blasting or anything like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
And so, okay, and maybe we'll just ask. I think Mr. Morford will come back up. I don't know what other witnesses have the expertise to confirm that, but no one's talked about that. But again, removal of that steep slope will probably require some kind of, I don't know if the existing heavy equipment is sufficient to do that. And you had specific mitigation measures that you listed in your in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct. Conceptual recommendations. Yes.
And do you stand by those recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you would recommend that these mitigations be incorporated into any kind of a land use commission conditions, or are they already incorporated in other regulatory agencies, for example, Department of Planning or Department of Health? So your proposed mitigations, are they covered by any other existing agency?
I would say that the recommendation for the time of construction is certainly already an item that's covered by the Department of Health. Others are also just standard practice. You don't want a machine that's imbalanced out there doing that work because it's not going to run very effectively. You know, machines that are unbalanced tend to produce more noise.
Are there any specific conditions that are not covered by a regulatory approval or best management practices?
You know, I don't think that there's anything that would cover the location of staging areas or, you know, use of temporary barriers. I mean, some of the requirements, and this might, you know, go to what we're talking about before when it comes to the noise permit, can be, you know, incorporated as something to consider, you know, when it comes to the construction activities. A civil engineer may be better as far as the means and methods of the construction activities.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And is it Mr. Byler or Dr. Byler?
Mr. Byler.
Okay, Mr. Byler, thank you very much. This is more a technical measurement question.
Okay.
Is it true or not true that the Department of Health's decibel standard is based on a weighted ANSI, that's ANSI standard?
Yes, as far as the A-weighted decibels, using that as I understand what you mean by the ANSI organization. The noise levels are, the noise limits in the state regulation are A-weighted decibels.
Okay. And so there's different ANSI weight standards, A or, for example, B, correct?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Your report and your opinions, did it use the same weighted standard that the Department of Health uses with respect to its decibel requirements or limitations?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions from the commissioners for Mr. Byler? Commissioners? I guess here's what, and if I may, Mr. Byler.
Yes.
And just tell me if this is outside your area, but what I heard from the interveners' questions, and I don't know, right? We don't know yet whether or not this DBA is approved or what conditions might be proposed and agreed to. But when you mentioned something in your testimony about certainly there will be levels at which noise and vibrations can be irritating. And so assuming for a moment the district boundary amendment is granted and the construction begins, are there also recommendations you can make on the process by which neighbors can have certain things available to them, like who to call when they start to like, okay, construction starts, who's going to inform them, how long it's going to go on? Because I know the house across from me is being renovated and it's not knowing when they're showing up, not knowing how long they're going to last, in addition to the noise and the vibration and all of the other stuff that's going on. So are there some best practices that can be put into place, not just in terms of putting mufflers on things and limiting vehicles, but on helping the neighbors, which I don't doubt for a second that this petitioner wants to be a good neighbor. They wouldn't have gone through this DBA process a second time if they didn't have some concerns with responding to the neighbors' thoughts. Anyway, what are some things that can be done?
Well, certainly community outreach, by the contractor can go a long way. So just like you mentioned, just knowing when the activities are happening can help reduce the stress or the annoyance, because at least when is it going to be there and when is it not going to be there. So that certainly can be a very useful tool that we see contractors work on when they're doing a project that's very close to other residences. So it certainly happens all over Honolulu when there is a concern. So method of, say, for example, to bring the sound level, we predicted a sound level of 91 at the worst case scenario at the closest residence, you know, reducing down below a 90 decibel sound level would be fairly easy. When we block the line of sight with the sound barrier, even if it's a temporary sound barrier, if we don't block the line of sight, we don't get any attenuation. As soon as we block the line of sight between where the noise is happening, where the receiver is, almost immediately get a 5 decibel reduction. So that 91 dBA can become 86 dBA just by a temporary barrier around that activity.
Okay. Is there ongoing monitoring, particularly in terms of vibration, that is possible?
Yes, construction noise and vibration monitoring is possible.
Okay. I have nothing further. Commissioners, do you have anything? Any redirect, Mr. Matsubara? You're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Beeler, could you go over some of the mitigation measures you discussed in your report?
Yes.
I mean, there
okay.
are 5, and you also list after that noise control methods, which you are recommending.
Yes. Yes, you know, let me get to that page here. Sorry, I'm just gonna grab some more lighting so I can read. Yeah, so I mean, we've talked about scheduling and using exhaust mufflers, also using equipment that is the smallest size that can still, and the lowest power that can still do the work is recommended. We suggested the quieter backup alarms for that kind of equipment. Insulating or enclosing some of the motorized pieces where that's feasible can be done. Using electric equipment is often quieter than using pneumatic equipment. Rubber chucks and jackhammers can be helpful in mitigating that kind of noise. Using tools that are sharpened, well balanced, as we talked about before. And staging areas, again, to maximize that greatest distance between the staging area and the homes. And again, the temporary barriers around noisy activities.
What number? Thank you, Mr. Byler. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byler. You are excused. And Mr. Matsubara. Oh, Dawn.
Yeah,
sorry, Commissioner Chang.
I'm sorry.
You're coming in late again. Okay.
No. I just wanted to follow up on the redirect. So,
okay.
Mr. Byler, in your listing of proposed mitigation measures, I mean, is there an opportunity to coordinate with the neighbors? Other mitigation measures that are not included. For example, my parents, the city recently did a project right in front of their yard, laying down a sewer drainage alteration, or put in a new pipe. And so they actually offered some of the homes that were directly impacted because of dust or noise, air conditioning. So is that always a possibility as well, that you can customize these mitigation measures based upon the potential impact?
Well, obviously that wouldn't reduce sound levels to outside the home, but if a home is naturally ventilated and you close up the windows, it certainly would reduce sound levels to the inside of the home. So that's correct.
Because I would suspect those that are closer to the sound, I mean, as you said, the farther away, the less dBAs, but the closer. And I think the intervener had mentioned his home is really right nearby. So having a special condition that, as you monitor, should impacts be greater than what may be already provided, that there's an opportunity to provide alternative, maybe customized mitigation measures for special circumstances.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, we, the 150-foot buffer is a good distance that's maybe other construction projects around town, around Honolulu might not be able to afford. But yeah, I mean, your point is well taken.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Higashi?
Yeah, I just have one. I'm just curious. How effective is the Department of Health in enforcing noise complaints in regard to construction activity in projects that you've been involved in?
Yeah, so I think that's a part of the noise permit process. As the contractor is applying to do the construction activities, they list out all the kinds of equipment that they're going to be doing, and where and what the process is. And it's up to the DOH to decide what, if any, limitations that they want to place on that issuance of that noise permit to the contractor. We've seen it range quite a bit. A lot of times it's based on the practical nature of the specific scenario. So in this case, sound barriers are a frequent technique, to build up a plywood wall, if you will.
My question goes more to, you got your restrictions, you got your permit, you violate them. What does the DOH do?
So the DOH, if they are imposing a noise limit, they certainly can come out and do measurements. I mean, they have staff available to do measurements. If a neighbor complains, then they can go out and do a measurement during the construction activities.
And have you ever had that occur to you in your contract, in your project?
Yeah. I would say that we've certainly seen that done for measurements of stationary mechanical equipment, but I haven't seen that done during construction.
And how many inspectors, if you know, do they have?
I'm not sure how many that they have on staff.
Because I only bring this up because a long time ago, I was on a liquor commission on Maui, and we conducted noise studies on several establishments. And we found that the Department of Health had limited resources, unable to enforce its own regulations. And we had a difficult time in doing so. I can't imagine during this pandemic where the Department of Health has increased its abilities to enforce it. So what I'm bringing this up is that really the question is that how do we make sure that in this process, how do we make sure that noise regulations are adhered to by the contractor and make sure that the Department of Health ensures the enforcement of any condition that we may put on it? That's all I'm curious about. I'm not sure if you can answer that, but that's a rhetorical question that I'm asking in my mind.
Commissioner, you dropped off at the very end, Commissioner Higashi.
Well, I'm sorry. That's a question that I ran out of breath. So that's a question that I have in my mind. I'm not sure if he can answer that question.
Okay, and I see Commissioner Axon, I see you as well, but Mr. Byler, do you have a response?
No response.
Okay, Commissioner Axon.
Yes, a response to Commissioner Higashi's question. Based on my experience and during my construction days, DOH can shut down the project if they are complying to the noise limit. And I tend to agree with Commissioner Giovanni that besides the time of the construction, there is also a limit, a noise limit on what can transmit to the project. And the process is you call DOH for the noise level. They send an inspector with a monitoring device, and if you exceed that, they can shut down the project. And also, if it is based on the construction, DPP is the agency to call. So that is just based on my experience. Maybe it's changed. So
Thank you, Commissioner Exxon. Mr. Matsubara, do you have any further redirect, given that we continue to move on?
No, Mr. Chairman, no redirect.
Okay. Mr. Byler, thank you. You are now officially excused. And we can move on with the petitioners. Well, who's next on your list, Mr. Matsubara?
The next witness is Matt Nakamoto, who is our traffic engineer.
Okay. And how long do you expect on his direct?
This is, well, I may be mistaken, but this is one project where traffic isn't a major issue or problem. But of course, I've been proven wrong before. But in this particular case, it's pretty copacetic to me. But of
okay,
course,
let's go ahead with the direct then, if that's okay with the commissioners. Okay. I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Great. Please proceed, Mr. Matsubara.
Matt, would you state your name and your business address, please?
Yes, my name is Matt Nakamoto. Business address is 521 Sumner Street. Sorry, I'm blanking. 996-817. Suite 521, sorry. 501.
Okay, I know.
I'm prepared for everything except for that.
Everybody's nervous, Matt, so don't worry.
Yeah.
And your area of expertise, Matt, is?
My area of expertise is transportation engineering.
Okay. And you've been previously qualified as an expert in traffic engineering before the Land Use Commission, have you not?
That is correct.
I'd like to have Mr. Nakamoto certified as an expert for purposes of this docket, Mr. Chair.
Are there any objections from the parties?
The city has no objections.
No objections from the state.
Interveners have no objections.
Commissioners? Okay, it's done. Proceed.
Could you briefly describe the purpose of your retention, Matthew?
Yes, I was retained to do a transportation impact analysis report of the site.
And you prepared a written report and testimony regarding your assignment.
That's correct.
And that's been marked as Exhibit 41, and it's been filed and distributed to the commission. So I'll ask you at this time if you could summarize your testimony, please.
Okay. So we conducted the field observations and data collection at the two project driveways and their intersections with Kamehameha Highway across of Haliko Road and Mahinui Road on Tuesday, September 26th and Saturday, September 30th, 2017. We counted the weekday AM, PM, and Saturday peak hours of traffic. 4 distinct users are currently contributing to the traffic that's generated by the site. There is the HMP and HMP staff for funerals or burial site visitation, the employees of the Hawaiian Memorial Park Mortuary, the Hawaii State Veterans Cemetery staff and visitors, as well as nearby residents walking for exercise within the site. The combination of all of these users generates 106, 112, and 210 vehicles per hour during the AM, PM, and weekend midday peak hours of traffic respectively. And this includes the entering and the exiting vehicles combined. During our observations, the traffic operated relatively smoothly at the project intersections with no major operational issues. Although, analytically, there is some level of service ENF for the minor movements, as is typical in major roadways that have minor approaches that are unsignalized. At the Haliko Road intersection, the drivers were able to take refuge within the wide median after completing a left turn maneuver. Gaps in the flow of traffic, both upstream and downstream, also occurred because there are traffic signals at other intersections. So I'm going to talk about our future projections. We projected out to the year 2040 with a growth rate of 0.4% per year. So in aggregate, it equates to approximately 10% growth between the years 2017, when we did our field observations and data collection, and the year 2040, which is like a long-term horizon year. And so when you add that additional traffic, the operations are anticipated to be relatively similar to existing conditions, as stated previously. For the project itself, as you may be aware, the site is going to increase the cemetery use by around 28 acres, which is anticipated to generate 25, 27, and 71 vehicles per hour during the AM, PM, and Saturday peak hours of traffic. On average, this represents 29% increase in site-generated traffic, which I think is a little bit generous or conservative, just given all of the different users that we've stated thus far that are currently contributing to the traffic on site. So to put this in perspective, it is anticipated that roughly 9 vehicles per hour in either direction would make their way to and from the more busy regional intersections, such as like Likelike Highway and Kamehameha Highway intersection, where the total volume is actually 4,500 to 5,000 vehicles per hour. So therefore, the increase in overall traffic on a regional level would be negligible. Like at that intersection that I just mentioned, it would be at about 0.2%. During the Saturday midday peak hour, because the mortuary will generate more traffic due to funeral operations, that would increase only to about 20 vehicles per hour in either direction. So it's still actually not that heavy relative to the 4,500 to 5,000 vehicles per hour at that major intersection. And we also anticipate that even less traffic would make its way down to the Pali Highway, Kamehameha Highway, Kalaniana Ole Highway intersection. So because let's talk about the recommendations within the report. I want to note that the State Department of Transportation, at the time when we prepared our study, was evaluating a traffic signal warrant study at the Haliko Street and the Kamehameha Highway intersection at the time. So therefore, our traffic study actually just studies it both ways, with and without a traffic signal, leaving it to the discretion of DOT as to what actually does happen there. And so, you know, with the traffic signal, if it were to be installed, then the operations at Haliko and Hawaii Memorial Park Driveway 2 and Kamehameha Highway intersection would, you know, improve to level service E or better at all movements.
Excuse me, Matt. Could I ask you to slow down a little bit? Help.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so in addition to considering the traffic signal at the Haliko Road intersection, we also did recommend restriping at each of the project driveways to provide a shared left turn through lane and a dedicated right turn lane to improve the traffic flow. And so in their February 12, 2020 letter, referenced as Petitioners Exhibit 58, the Hawaii Department of Transportation stated that the project's contribution to traffic at the Haliko Street Kamehameha Highway intersection and associated pro rata share of the traffic signal, if it were constructed, would be negligible, and therefore no pro rata share would be required. In that letter also, or in a previous letter actually, sorry, they also requested that in addition to the striping changes that we recommended, that the petitioner also provide for appropriate traffic control plans in the event that some activity within HMP and or areas contained within its boundaries may cause traffic issues at the access driveways. And that'll conclude my testimony.
Any further direct, Mr. Matsubara?
Further direct, Mr. Nakamoto is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Beginning with the county.
Mr. Nakamoto, your written testimony on page 3, you talk about future traffic conditions and impacts. And the second paragraph and the second sentence says, the project is forecast to generate approximately only 25, 27, and 71 additional trips. Is that 25, 27, and 71 addition as more than what is currently being done?
That is correct. In addition to the existing traffic that's coming in and out of the two project driveways, this additional traffic per hour would be added.
So, so in 2040, there would be 25, 27, and 71 additional trips.
That is correct.
Okay, no further.
And this is the combination of the entering and exiting traffic across two driveways.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Apuna.
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Yoshimari for Huyo Pikoi Law.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Nakamoto, as part of your retention with respect to this project, were you asked to review at any time traffic being generated during construction?
I was not, and if I can go further, though, that is typically done at a later stage. Construction traffic impacts are better known at the point when we're getting closer to design and having a contractor, because we will know what the contractor's capacity would be and their schedule. So standard practice is for us not to do it at this juncture normally.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you this. Even though it might not be your standard practice, at any time, did anyone connected with this project mention to you potential traffic issues arising during construction?
Not specifically, no.
How about generally? Was that mentioned to you at any time generally?
I mean, that's normally it's not something that people explicitly bring up to me in advance. I mean, we know that those things they become more prevalent when we know better what the construction is going to actually be like. And so, because there are certain things that we have to address during that later stage, which are not known at this time, which would include like, the number of vehicles we don't know at this point. We don't know the schedule, and a lot of it is dependent upon who is selected in the future.
Okay, and I apologize for this next question because it was based on, my understanding of what the statements were made in the final environmental impact statement. So this may or may not be relevant at this point, but were you asked at any time to comment or either orally or in writing about the potential of having or hauling excavated material from the project site to the PVT landfill in Nanakuli?
I was not.
Did you at any time form an understanding that that was going to be something that might take place, meaning hauling excavated material from the site to the PVT landfill?
I was not.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Okuda. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Nakamoto. I just am going to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Okuda's question, but not so much to PVT. What we did hear today from the civil engineer is that even if it doesn't, that there may be other places that these truckloads of soil may go to. So will the petitioner be required to prepare a traffic plan when there is a determination about the schedule and whether they need to remove, truckloads of soil from the site? Will they be required to prepare a traffic plan on that?
I'm not 100% sure. I know like a lot of times when we're working with the city, they will require such a plan, like a construction management plan. I would just rely upon whatever the state does require. in such cases, we can identify whatever is of importance, which can include like the routes that the vehicles are going to take, for instance, as well as possibly the impact of the deliveries.
Is that a reasonable, because there seems to be some uncertainty about whether that's going to be required or not, but is that kind of a reasonable LUC condition that if they are going to be hauling off, you know, a certain volume of material, truckloads off the site, that they be required to prepare a traffic plan with, you know, all of the necessary notifications and, you know, whether they're like off-duty police officers or something? I mean, is that a reasonable condition?
I wouldn't offer as to say as to whether or not it's reasonable, but I wouldn't say that it's without precedent. I mean, I've definitely done those kind of reports before.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioners, is there anything further? Oh, Commissioner Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nakamoto. The question I have is, you know, I was reading your curriculum vitae, and it deals with the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport. Which portion of that were you dealing with? Or are you dealing with the new construction project out there, or the which portion was it the first?
It's not dealing with the Diamond Head Concourse, no.
Okay.
But so yeah, I mean, so actually, there have been a bunch of different traffic consultants involved with that project. And I don't want to name the other ones, but.
Okay. So the question I have is just hypothetically, when they did the rental car portion of the DOT, the airport, you know, what they're building right now, they had to do some grubbing and digging of dirt and taking it away. Did you ever work on that portion?
I definitely did not.
Okay. No, the reason I'm asking is just in your estimation, hypothetically, if let's say we have 57,000 tons of material, how much truckloads would it go out a day, you would assume, to a site?
Yeah, usually that information would be fed to me by the contractor.
Okay.
Because I'm not really suited to estimate that. I mean, it really depends on what their operating capacity is.
Yeah, okay. No, it's just that I was just thinking of a rough, like, you know, there'll be 100 trucks going out of that site or not, or if you have any understanding of how long it would take or how much days just to take out that much tonnage.
You know, I would say that in all of my years of having done this, though, I haven't seen the trucks being impactful by volume. And in fact, I think in a lot of cases, the concern is more related to, and I don't think it's a factor here, but in a lot of cases, the concern will actually be the parking and also maybe the documentation of what the roadway conditions are nearby. But the traffic volume, I can't speak to what this is going to be, but it, you know, I mean, it hasn't been high enough as to really make an impact. And in reality, too, excuse me, a lot of the construction activity is occurring outside of the peak hours of traffic. You know, the deliveries and stuff might be concentrated during times when people are not, you know, recurring on an ongoing basis as opposed to really during the peak hours of traffic.
Yeah, okay. No, just because I was thinking of Hawaii Loa College that's around there, and there's also an elementary school in that area also, how would that be affected by, you know, the construction portion?
Yeah, so I mean, I really can't speak to what it is going to be, but in the past, I haven't really seen that really be a major factor, you know, the construction traffic volume.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nakamoto. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question to follow up on Commissioner Wong's question. If the evidence showed that this site would generate 3,800 dump truck loads leaving the site, would that create any type of concern in your professional opinion? And when I say concern, it would be to have some type of follow-up mitigation or other actions to be taken. If the number of truckloads that are anticipated to leave the site hauling excavated materials would be, let's say, at least 3,800 trucks.
It all would depend upon the duration, the time of day, frequency, and how that 3,800 vehicles would be spread out over time. And I think in a lot of cases too, I mean, there is a potential for being reactive about these things. I know we want to be proactive, but I think it's a good practice to know ultimately, as like I was saying earlier, when we get closer to construction, and we're going to have to be smart enough to know that those are things that we're going to have to look into. But I mean, it really depends. Even if you talk about 100 per day, if you look at regular traffic along a roadway, the average is about 10% of the 24-hour traffic that would occur during a peak hour. So yeah, I mean, I think if you were to dump like a 200 vehicles per hour during a peak hour, then that would really be a problem. But I really couldn't see that happening just because you would need to have like 200 vehicles on hand, which I don't think is likely to occur. In a lot of cases, now I can't speak to the magnitude of this, but I've dealt with construction traffic of like maybe 9 vehicles per hour, which is kind of like the maximum they can do going back and forth, depending upon whatever the construction size. So the order of magnitude, I couldn't imagine would be to that point where, let's say we're like 100 to 200 vehicles per hour, on a consistent basis.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything further, commissioners? Is there any redirect, Mr. Matsubara?
No redirect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, my intention is to, at this time, dismiss this witness and prepare to recess this hearing and reconvene on June 24th. I don't think that we have the time or stamina to take up the remainder of the witnesses of the petitioner. Oh, you're muted.
We have 2 more witnesses, not counting rebuttal witnesses. And it's a convenient break now because the testimony would be related. It's testimony relating to the archaeological inventory survey and a cultural impact analysis done by Honua. So it's convenient to break now and have those last 2 witnesses. And then depending on what rebuttal may be necessary after the other parties present their case, there may be additional witnesses, but we will have Mr. Morford, and we will have and other witnesses potentially, depending on what issues arise and what questions the commissioners have.
Okay. Thank you. Before we move to recess and reconvene on the 24th, are there any procedural questions or matters from any of the parties, starting with the city?
No, Mr. Chair, no further issues from the city.
Okay, so I've already asked the petitioner. OP?
Just one question.
Yes.
Is the 24th also going to be a Zoom hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No questions from OP.
Okay.
No questions from intervener. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And you can rule me out of order if my next statement, I'm serious, is out of order. And no one should take this to mean anything one way or the other. But for me personally, maybe these last 2 days has been educational for everyone to get more information. And for me personally, I wouldn't hold it against anybody if people sat down and talked during the interim. But it's not to indicate a bias one way or the other. It's just a personal statement. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Executive Officer, are there any further announcements?
No, Mr. Chair. Thank everybody for their participation in this experiment. This is the first time we've done this, and I would like to commend Riley Kokoda, and our chief clerk, and Scott Derrickson, our chief planner, for their incredible work in figuring out all the logistics and how this operates.
Yeah. I would second that, just noting that I was really relieved when I read the Star Advertiser article this morning. There was one sentence that said, oh, by the way, it was done via Zoom, that there wasn't a large story about how the state was unable to technically manage how to do this with public witnesses and public testifiers. So I thought that was a great success in that regard.
You should also know that I have been getting texts and emails from other executive directors and chairs asking us how we did it and wanting to know if they can utilize our system.
For a fee, they can. With that, and I really want to thank the commissioners who you've now been asked to open your homes and businesses to this work, in addition to all the other commitments you make to the state of Hawaii in exercising this. So thank you very much. Thank you to the intervener as well, who I know you are, along with us, the only people who are not paid in this matter to be part of this. So thank you very much. And I will recess this hearing and reconvene it on June 24th. Good evening.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm glad I don't have your